of all speech-related paradigms in the context of BCI and cognitive speech processing. Well, this is a review of the general classification of the different BCI paradigms. So we now focus here in the speech-related ones, imagined speech or inner speech. As you remember, in speech-related paradigms, subjects have to imagine themselves talking without moving any muscles or producing any sounds. It is a more natural way of communication, requires less time for training to the subjects that try to use this type of interfaces. But in the contrary, it's a very, very complex classification problem with also very low signal-to-noise ratio in the signals. But it can potentially improve the data transmission rate because other paradigms really are very slow for most practical applications. And it is also one of the most recently appeared paradigms. So now we will try to see a broad review of the state of the art in this topic. Well, one of the first works that used EEG and EMG records the classification of 7 English words that are there: first, second, third, yes, no, right, and left. This work is from 1997. Is the first work I found there. So in this case, they recorded EEG from 7 subjects with only 16 channels. The work analyzed the contribution of each channel to the detection rate. That's an important thing because at this time is the first work. The predominant channels are those from temporal region, followed by those from the parietal region of the head. And then they evaluated the authors 3 different situations for this experiment. A listening comprehension task over all the subjects, of the 7 subjects. Then an imagined speech task with 5 subjects and a spoken speech task also. So these are the 3 types of materials this work analyzed. What happens with the imagined speech registers in this work? Well, the protocol is something like this. They presented visual stimulus of 200 milliseconds of duration, after which the subject have to imagine the pronunciation of the word. 100 records were obtained from each one of the words. Recognition rate varied widely, but all but one were significantly different from chance. This is a very, very early work. And here you have the confusion matrix, where you can see the different words, the 7 words of the database, and the approximate error rate. Or here I think this is a classification or accuracy of the classifier. They use for pre-processing, they use FFT and filtering in all these for all these the material. Okay. Another works are the one from the Samura and the work from Brigham, 2009 and 2010. They use a protocol based again on the decision of EEG during the imagination of 2 syllables, ba and ku, using 128 channels. This is a study with the very best equipment than the previous. The first work, the work from Sumara, had 4 subjects, while the second, 7 subjects. In the Samura work, the syllables were imagined at intervals determined by 3 ribs that are presented in the form of clicks and determines 6 different conditions to be identified, and each one was recorded 120 times. For the classification stage, they use adaptive filters, achieving detection of about between 62 and 85%. Remember that here you have only 2 classes. It's a binary classification problem. So it's a little easier than the one in the previous work. Brigand used a single read also, in which the syllables was presented every 1.5 seconds in a period of 6 seconds. For extraction of the characteristics, they use an AR model, and the classifier was nearest k-neighbors. Very simple classifier and very simple way of processing the signal to extract the features. They also obtain a very variable success rates. Only 4 of the subjects overcoming chance level. Another approach oriented to the analysis of imaging vowels. The first are words, then you have syllables, and in this work from the Sala from 2009, they use the imaging vowels. Again, they use EEG signal of 3 subjects. Imagine the pronunciation of 2 vowels, A and U, in a sustained manner. So they have to imagine that they pronounce continuously in a sustained way each of the vowels. The recording began with an auditory stimulus in order to begin
Sir,
yes.
in previous slide you mentioned in sustained manner and in control state. Sir, what type of control state were there during a
Here.
control state?
Yes, and during control state, I don't remember the detail, but I think that they also have something like a control state where the subject haven't to do any task, I think.
Means while imagining these vowels, they don't think any else thing. They only concentrate on the vowel that they are imagining. These
Okay,
type of control state may be there.
that's right.
Okay, sir.
Yes. In all these tasks, the subject, the internal state of the subject, you don't know. So sometimes you do some type of control in order to know the person is paying attention to the task. And also you have to register some baseline activity in order to contrast to the activity of the task. So I think that control state is in that way. Okay,
Okay, sir.
thank you. So the recording began in this work with auditory stimulus also, followed by between 2 and 3 seconds of preparation, in which a cross was shown on the screen. Sorry. Then, of the 3 stimuli was presented in one, I think one of the 3 stimuli was presented in an interval of 2 seconds, and then a rest signal for 3 seconds. These are all, I go through the details because every work has a different protocol. So it is interesting to see how each author proposed different tasks with different protocols, okay? Well, as feature extraction, in this work, they use CHP method, and a classifier, they use a support vector machine. And the maximum detection rate is about 78 for 2 classes. So they are good results, but with very, very few classes, okay? Then in this work from Wester and Schultz from 2006, they capture the EEG of 6 subjects under 5 pronunciation modalities, including a normal and imaginative speech. Many, 5 different pronunciation modalities here. Okay, the protocol consists of the presentation of the word for 1 second, followed by another interval of equal duration for the individual to inspire and exhale, okay, for respiration. And later, a black screen was shown for 2 seconds, a period in which the subject had to express the word according to the selected modality of the protocol. They using the short-time Fourier transform for feature extraction and hidden Markov models as a classifier, and they obtain a success rate of 21.8 for 10 classes. So this is a above chance also. Okay. Then both works from 2007 and Callis 2006 define a similar acquisition protocol in which the words to be imagined are the first 5 letters of the radiophonic alphabet and presented in blocks sequentially or randomly. This is always another important characteristic of the protocol, because many of them are sequential, and when you use a sequential presentation of the stimulus, always the same for the subject or for different subjects, then some particular cognitive activities are there, different than the ones when you produce the stimulus randomly. So it is interesting. Of course, randomly is more difficult in general, but it's more natural also. Although there is difference in the processing, the results obtained for the randomized modality barely exceed the chance again. While during the presentations in blocks, the detection rate was twice as high. As I mentioned, to use this type of protocol, the sequential one, improves the result, but is unnaturalness. Results show a high influence on the order in which the words are presented in relation to the detection rate, being always superior in the case of presentation in blocks. So this, you have to look in the protocol in order to know if it is sequential or random. Okay, by 2013, there is only one work oriented to the imagination of words in Spanish language. That is this work from Torres Garcia et al. They used a dictionary composed of the Spanish word corresponding to up, down, right, left, and select. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 classes. EEG recordings were made to 27 individuals. It is an important quantity of subjects for such a database. And the protocol was based on allowing the subject to indicate by mouse clicks the time window in which he imagined. So this is asynchronous. The task is began in one moment, but then when the subject began the imagination, he had to, or she had to click with the mouse in order to get the mark there in the EEG. The number of repetitions for this work, there are 33 repetitions per word, for each word, performed in block form. So the sequence is always the same. 16 electrodes were used for the registration, and the particular contribution of the four ones that are positioned in the functional areas defined by the Weinschmidt-Wernicke model was analyzed also. So they pay attention to where the electrodes were positioned in respect to the principal areas here of speech perception. Okay. For feature extraction, the dyadic wavelet transfer was used, and a vector was formed with the relative wavelet energies in each level of the decomposition. Okay. In this way, you have only few features per channel. And then you have only 16 channels, so the feature vector is not so big. There are three classifiers there, of which the best accuracy was for the random forest algorithms, which is an average of 44% over, I don't remember how many classes. Okay. Yes, here, 5 classes. 44 in 5 classes, chance is in 20%. So it is twice the chance. Okay. Well, this is a very fast review of the first works in the field. But for trying to prepare this course, I select something like 170 papers, and the idea in what follows is trying to see one of the, or most of the most interesting ones. So I will try here to show you. Here is there are some folders also in my computer, and I will present you. Sorry, we want to review the main articles in the recent time. So let's begin with the reviews. We have this work, I think that is 2018. Brain-computer interface technology for speech recognition review. At this time, I think the last 4 or 5 years, a lot of reviews appear. That's a good thing, I think, because it presents that there's a sufficient number of works in order to do a review. So the field is really growing, and this is a hot topic today. That is a good news for us. So in this review, the authors try to look at different works that use different techniques. Look here that Ikoshi is here. Then fMRI also, and of course EEG as the main type of signals that they found the different authors are using. And about the task, the different tasks, one of them is word imagination. Okay, I think that this is the most important. And then you have syllable imagination, vowel imagination also. And there, for example, you don't have any work with continuous speech. I think that It will be very important, but we are the level of the performance we reach in this type of very simple speech material. I think that it is low yet. So we have to advance in order to get better results until go to more complex type of speech material. Okay. So here they present the table where you can see the different articles the few years ago and the different tasks, the type of signals, the areas of the brain that were recorded, the recognition technique, and the performance. Okay, so here you have, for example, in this case, three words: rock, paper, and scissors, on spring, summer, and autumn, and winter. Sorry. Here, the authors, for example, use words with really a high contrast in meaning. So with this type of material, the idea is to elicit other response in other parts of the cortex, especially related to semantics of the semantic content of the word. Okay. The other words I think are similar. This is the work I already mentioned, I think, or this. Some of this work also publish the database, so other authors can use the database and propose alternative classification methods or pre-processing methods. Okay. Well, the other are similar, but for example, in this work here, they use also whispering, silent speech, silent mumbling, and unspoken speech, different modalities. So it is interesting to see the different tasks the different authors propose. And of course, many of them are with EEG. Okay. Here they discuss the effect of word meaning on brain activity. This can be an interesting issue to take into account also in order to design the protocol. And also they discuss the limitations of the studies and a summary and a conclusion. So this is I think that it is a limited review, but they have interesting conclusions also. The second review I prepared to show you is this. This is for 2021, last year. The title is Decoding Covered Speech from EEG, a comprehensive review. They only focus on EEG. The previous review was for all the different types of signals, of brain signals. So in this case, they focus only on EEG, and this is machine speech. If you go on, you can see that here they propose the protocol for selecting the papers, because this is exhaustive look for papers in the literature. So the criteria is the participant should imagine articulating the prompt. So this is imagine speech, no inner speech. The paper deals with decoding speech imagery, as I told. The modality for capturing the neural activity should be EEG. So these are the three different rules that they put in order to get the papers. So we go through the paper slowly, as you can follow me. So here they began a brief comparison between all the methods and the different characteristics of temporal resolution, spatial resolution, type, and portability. And of course, they decide to use only EEG because of its advantages. Okay. In this graph, they show that most of the works, the papers used really EEG. So they select only this part of all the papers they found. Okay. Please tell me if it is good if you can follow me with this speed, or you need to go faster or slower, please.
This rate seems to be good, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Well, then they divided all the paper they found in these three parts: that the data acquisition part, the pre-processing part, and sorry, the two parts: data acquisition and pre-processing. And they look for different strategies there for each one of the papers. Here is the third one, that is feature extraction and classification. So they do a very detailed analysis of all the works they found. Okay, so they began also discussing the different types of BCI systems. Do you remember that we talked of this point yesterday, in the lecture of yesterday? The difference between online versus offline, and then the exogenous versus endogenous BCI systems. Okay, so here, what do you think? It is there, but a BCI using this type of speech-related paradigm, like imagine speech, it is exogenous or endogenous? What do you think? It's a way for me to check if you are not asleep. Endogenous or exogenous? Well, the authors tell us here that these really are endogenous, okay? Because you don't need any stimulus from outside. Of course, you have to, in the protocol, they tell you where to begin the class, but this is the only stimulus. Then you elicit the response by yourself, without any other external stimulus. Okay. Well, and also they discuss about synchronous versus asynchronous BCI systems and the different possibilities. In the next session, they discuss about the data acquisition. So they began with EEG. Okay. And in this graph here, they show the number of electrodes of the different works. How many works use a different number of, no, sorry, this is the number of articles, and this is the number of electrodes. So look, there is a lot of work with 64 electrodes. And then there is like a constant distribution between all the other number of electrodes, starting from 14 up to 128. Okay. Here is another graph for the sampling frequency, starting for 128 up to 2 kilohertz. And the majority of the works working 1 kilohertz. I think that this type of characteristics are, of course, depending on the equipment they also have in order to do the experiments, okay? Well, some of the words can repeat imagination during a trial and others no. So they describe this. Or other point they try to look for is the choice of the prompts. Some words use only syllables, like this that we saw in another works in my previous review, short review. So in this table, they also put each work, the type of EEG system, that this is an important point to take into account, the sampling rate, the resample frequency, the coding strategy, and the maximum number of degrees of freedom. That this is related with the number of classes, okay? So the type of EEG system is an important point to take into account, as I mentioned, because as you see, most of the works use research level equipment. That's good in one sense, but in another sense, it is difficult to replicate the result they found using commercial other equipment, commercial ones that have a worse characteristics, technical specification. Okay, and of course these are low cost commercial ones, and these as we saw are very expensive. So the possibility of using this type of technology in a practical application for every day are really still far from reach this goal. Okay, so then you have here the different sampling rate, etc. And another interesting point is that all the decoding strategies are offline. There is no work that proposed an online approach to this issue. This is again because the results are still not so good in general. Okay. Well, then they also shows here the classical setup in order to do the experiments. Look here that they put a chin rest in order to fix the head not to move during the experiments. Okay. Well, another type of material is words only. Some databases use both words and syllables. For example, here they cite our work, Coreto et al. 2017. Okay. Then you also have some words that use lexical tones. Well, then they review the different preprocessing Okay. Well, here are the different type of material used in the different works. And these are the different preprocessing. Temporal filtering here, spatial filtering, channel epoch rejection, when you have an artifact, how the different sources solve the problem. And this is an interesting graph. They also show here which are the frequency range that the different papers use for the analysis of the signals. These are the classical EEG frequency bands. In red, you have delta band. In orange, you have theta band, alpha band, beta band, low gamma band and high gamma band. As you see, most of the works use low frequencies in general, and only some of them use gamma band, for example, like high gamma, low gamma, and high gamma. This is important because some of the last researchers show that there is an important amount of information of speech here. So I think that most research have to be conducted in these frequencies also. Okay. Well, another issue they discuss is the selection of the subset of the channels for analysis. This is also a common practice. Even you can use all the channels or select the most important in relation with the task you are trying to solve. Okay, so different also propose different selection. You can do the selection based on knowledge, or you can do the selection with some automatic algorithm in order to select the channels with most important information. Okay. Then they discuss the feature extraction and classification stage. Okay. From single channels and simultaneous channels. Then also they discuss other alternatives like transfer learning approach. This is an interesting point also to discuss because as deep learning techniques appear in this field, then one problem that we have is the amount of data. As you know, all these databases are with a small amount of subjects and also a small amount of trials per each subject. As you know, in brain-computer interfaces, you have to adapt the algorithm for each one of the subjects independently. So you only have less trials in order to get one classifier trained. Okay, so that's an important limitation because otherwise the overall accuracy for all the subjects simultaneously varies a lot from subject to subject. Okay, so then in order to use and report the results, you have to report the results, the accuracy for every one of the subjects. Also, you have to do some type of partition of the data in training and testing data sets. So again, this limits the amount of data that is available in order to train the classifier. That's a really big problem when you use some techniques, some deep learning techniques that can have something like millions of parameters. So if you have, for example, to pose 100 trials or 150 trials and 10 million parameters, you are in a problem. I think that this is a cause of some of the drawbacks and the small or low performance that some also reported using deep learning yet. I think that as I can see from the result of different authors, using a shallow approach or deep approach are really very similar. This is because, or even worse in some cases, okay? This is because this issue of the amount of data available in order to train the classifiers, okay? This is clear for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So transfer learning is really a hot topic in this field because the idea is that you can use all the data in order to train the classifier, And then you can adapt this whole data trained classifier for each of one of the subjects, okay? There are different forms to do, or ways to do this type of transfer learning. People from deep learning know about this technique. And in generally, this technique can improve the results, okay? I don't remember, here they don't mention, but another alternative is to use some augmentation data techniques in order to, for example, generate some artificial data similar with similar characteristics than the real one, and or also corrupting the signals in some way in order to get different versions of the data. That's another possibility when you have really small quantities or amounts of data. Okay. Well, then they compare the different performance of the approaches of the work they review. Okay, so here, wait a minute, because here is a big table here. Yes. Can you see the table, the numbers there? I don't know if it's...
No, they are not readable.
Okay, I try to describe you. Here in the columns, you have the different works and the prompts, something like the table we saw in the other review. The features they use, the best performance, the feature with the best performance in each work. For example, here you have discrete Euler transform or autoregressive model coefficients. Wavelet there is using most of the works, okay? And also MFCC, okay? Pack of features that was a feature used mainly in language processing, okay? And of course, spectral features, discrete Gabor transform, and like a spectrotemporal representation, okay? Hilbert spectrum, etc. And then here you have
Sir, I have a question. Sir, in what respect they are calculating this best feature? Means in the respect of the properties matching or the any or by visualizing how they are calculating these best features, or are they taking a number of features and they are extracting that which feature is predicting best properties among them?
I think that if the paper use different type of features, they only select it for to show the best ones, or the features that produce the best results in the paper. For example, some papers use different processing strategies, so they can simultaneously test, for example, Fourier transform, wavelet, or the raw data, something like that. So they only report here the feature approach that present the best performance. Okay.
Okay, sir.
In a similar way, they present the best classifier. Most of the work really test different alternatives and select the best one. So as you can see, some of them use deep learning, others use stream learning machines. Stream learning machines are an interesting technique, and there are many works in EEG processing and classification that use this type of method for classifying the registers. It's like a neural network, okay? But it's very fast to train. And of course, support vector machines are there also. Here you have CNN, convoluted neural networks. Also, here you have some type of time temporal dynamic neural network also. I think that this is an autoencoder, okay? CNN again, LDI, linear discriminant analysis is also very common in the field to use. Well, they review the different approaches, and here in this column, they report the different accuracies that were obtained for each work. So as you can see, of course, it depends on the task, because if you have here, for example, 5 classes, then this twice the chance level, okay? But this is better, but only with 2 classes, okay? So the results vary a lot. Since one approach to the other, it's difficult to know which is the best alternative in order to do this classification task. Okay, but the results, when you have really high results, in general are very few characteristics or very few prompts, okay, or words. This, I think that this is an exception, because you have something like 80%, and here you have many words, but I think that they use for groups. One group C class, another group here, I think that another C class, and so on. That's also a common practice. For example, to use word pairs. You can, for example, try to combine in pairs the words of the databases, so you can train a binary classifier for the task. And this is in general is easy than train a big classifier. Okay. Well, in this table, they show the different techniques for the classifier. As you can see, the most popular are convolutional neural networks, support vector machines, and linear discriminant analysis. These are the most popular in the works that they review. Okay. This is a continuation of the last table. You can see here very well. Okay. And in this other table, they rearrange the works, order them by similar prompts. For example, here in this part, you only have commands. This is up, down, left, right, etc. In Spanish or in other languages. They're all commands. Okay. This in the middle of the table, in this color, are a group of all the prompts like yes versus no. That is a binary problem also. And then here you have vowels. So in this way, it's better. It's easier to do a comparison between the results, because in the other way it's very difficult. So as you can see here, you have different also accuracies. And works with very high accuracy, but also I think there are these are six words. Okay, this is a very high accuracy. Okay, because chance level is under 20%. Okay, it depends on the phonetic content of each word. It depends also on the meaning. In this case, they are all commands. And it depends also on the protocol. It is synchronous, asynchronous, or if it's random, the presentation is random or not, something like that. We can have to go to the paper in order to see the detail. But this is a very, very good performance for this type of papers, okay? Well, using this analysis, they propose different considerations for the designing some type of experiment of a speech imagery, and especially online VCI system that, as you see, there's no works using this approach. Okay? So the authors tell us that this is an important issue to be working. Well, and they also have several conclusions about the type of acquisition system, how important is the repetition of the prompts, the choice of the prompt, the pre-processing, the features, and the classifier. Okay. As you can see here, they select the 3 most popular open access databases. Okay, as you can see here, this is our database. Okay, I think that this is important to remark the importance of producing this type of data or share the data, because the process to record the data is really a very tedious and expensive one. So there is a special need for data. So we have to think about the best way to collaborate between each other in order to try to solve such a complex problem. Okay, I think that that's an important point of discussion for our discussion session. Okay. Well, there are only, as you look, there are only 3 public databases that are used in most of the works. Okay. Then we will review the database, and I will show you the different works and the different strategies, in particular in our database. Sorry. And this morning, I had to talk for some hours. So please pray that my voice can support all the lectures. Okay, go on. Well, that's all for this review. I think that this review is for the last year. That's the reason that here it is not published yet the other database, the one I recorded with Nicolas Nieto. Okay. The one that we also used in the tutorial session. Today, I think that we will again use the inner speech database. Well, I suggest you that read carefully this review, because it is an interesting overview of all what is done in this field. Okay. Well, here I selected another 3 reviews. This other review is from Kunei et al. It's also a thing from, yes, no, not last year. It's 2019, 3 years ago, okay? 4 years ago. The title of the review is Neurolinguistic Research Advancing, Development of a Direct speech brain-computer interface. Mhm. Yeah. Okay. So in this first table, the authors classify the different type of modalities. Mhm. As you can see here, they use also this intended speech. That is the one that the person, the subject, has the intention to produce overt speech, but the person has some type of disability in order to really produce a audible output. Okay, and then the classic overt and covert modality. Here they proposed a reality form of communication. Here you can see it better. It's the same we are discussing during the lectures. In this case, they propose to have some auditory feedback in order to proceed to the protocol. Okay. Well, they review the many papers of the last year, and here they present a graph where in this axis you have the recording techniques, in this axis the type of speech, the different modalities, and the numbers of studies. As you saw again, most common approaches are using EEG or ECOG. Okay. And between the modalities, immersion, I think is yes, one of the most used, but also many works use overt speech, sometimes in order to compare overt and covert. So they can try to find the difference between the information for both modalities. There are many works that use both modalities. Okay, and then also intended speech. And see, I think that here are two modalities. This is one modality works. This also, and this is the both modalities. Okay. This is the same, but for type of speech and type of recording techniques. Of course, when they use overt modality, the authors are thinking in using this information in order to get, for example, more robust speech recognition, in order to use multimodal speech recognition, for example. Okay. Well, this is a table with the details of the different type of techniques and different type of modalities of speech. Okay, and also the experimental paradigm. This is the table with the detailed information that you find also in the graph we have just seen. Okay, they describe the phenomenon of imaginary speech, and all the stuff we have just discussed in our lectures. Okay. Then they discuss the neuroanatomy and all we know about how the brain produces the different signals. Okay. They review the principal works that try to get some insight of this complex process. Okay. Specifically, because in this part, the previous part, they discussed the general production of normal speech. But then they dedicate one section to how machine speech is produced. So they review main functional models of speech production, okay? And they discuss a specific characteristic of this modality. Important things to take into account, like the semantics and the meaning of the words in order to design the protocol, for example, the lexical, okay, the syntax also, if you use sentences, but I think that until now we didn't have no work with this type of speech material, okay? Well, I try to look, I think that there is some table here, as I remember, because I read all of this paper and now I don't remember really where is each part of each work, okay? Well, I think that that's all. It is an interesting review, but really this work is I like more because it better presents the broad panorama, the broad picture of what happens in the field. Okay. Then you have this, but this work this is from the group of Stephanie Martin and Jose Millán from this École Polytechnique of Lausanne, Switzerland. This is a group that has an extensive experience in this type of recording, especially intracranial recordings. So it's very interesting. You can look for the PhD thesis of Stephen Martin, because there you have a lot of information about this phenomenon. Okay, and they have very interesting results also. Well, they discuss the functional organization of speech, the classic ideas that we also discussed. Okay, the problems and the different alternatives in order to put the electrodes inside the brain, and how you obtain different images and registers from there. Okay. Neural encoding and decoding models also. For example, here they discuss the difference between discrete category decoding and continuous feature decoding. Here in the discrete category decoding, you have blocks of registers where represented, for example, one stimulus and then elicited the response, and then another, and such on. But in the continuous feature decoding, you have no, it's like asynchronous. You don't have any mark there, and you continuously register all the activity of the task. Okay, that's a really more complex and challenging situation. And of course, you in this case, the goal here is trying to reconstruct the speech from inner speech or even pronounced speech, but from information that you extract from the electrodes. Okay. This is an estimation of spectrotemporal receptive field, I think, and the corresponding reconstruction of the speech. Okay, this is the original and this is the reconstructed one. It's really impressive. Are really impressive the results they have. Okay, but this is again are intracortical registering, so they are invasive. Okay, and also they discuss about classifying phonemes from this type of signals. Okay. Most of the works they review are works from their groups, okay? Well, here are the challenge for the next years in order to go to with the research. So here in overspeech, you have the possibility to contrast the original, for example, the spectrogram taken from the audio, from the pitch signal, acoustical speech signal, and you can compare with the reconstruction from brain signals. So this is a relatively easy way in order to get some performance for the system. But in machine speech, you really don't have any pattern or any signal to compare with. So it is more difficult in order to get some figure of merit of some performance of the system, okay? One way is to use, for example, some of the techniques that they are used for signal quality analysis, speech analysis, quality analysis, like mean opinion scores, tests that you use some listeners, and the listeners try to, for example, analyze what the system can reconstruct. They can hear all the examples, and they can tell you if they really hear what they are expected to hear, okay? But this is more difficult and expensive than if you have the real signal, okay? There are also some techniques that used the signal recorded in the other modality, and then try to, for example, alienate both of them and try to do a comparison. But as we already know, the signals in both modalities are similar, but not identical, okay? So that has also some limitations. Okay. I also recommend you to see to this work. Okay. This is the one I have shown something. Okay. And this is another work from the same group. Okay. This is 2018. Okay, and I think that is similar to the other one. Okay. Yes, it's a similar, I think that is a short version of the other one. Okay. Well, these are the main reviews. There are other reviews, but some of them are older, from the first years of immersion in this field. So I discarded, and I want to show them to you. Okay. Then I selected some interesting works in order to show you. There are no many of them. Which about the time? Okay. I think that we are okay. Well, this work from 2019. The title is Imagine a Voice Like Listening to It, Evidence from ERPs. This is an interesting discussion about the difference between listen to the voice or imagine the voice, okay? They use the resistors, and they estimated the ERPs from the different modalities, and then they compare them, okay? In this case, is not to produce a speech, but for listening. So it's different than the approach of some other works. Here, the subject has to have to listen to some speech material or trying to imagine. So they try to compare the activations in the auditory cortex, especially, okay? Okay. Let's go to the details. Well, they use 48 speakers, English speakers, okay, in this range of years, all a normal hearing, okay. They use EEG for this study. This is important because it's more easy to reproduce these results. Okay, this is the gram mean of the earpiece from the different modalities. Okay. Well, then analyze all the results, and I think that we can go to the results part. Okay. These are the different material that they present to the subjects or all the sentences. Okay, and the results. Okay. They tell us what we already know, that both the activation are similar, at least in certain ways. So that's show us that inner or imaginary speech is really when you imagine a speech, it's like hearing a speech inside your head. Okay, that's the feeling we all have of inner speech or imaginary speech. But these type of studies, experimental studies, confirm our sensations about our feelings about this type of phenomenon. Okay, so I think that this is an interesting work to see, to read with more detail. Okay, then I select this other work, a speech recording via FNIRS-based brain signals. This work is from 2019 also. I think that this FNIRS is really a very promising alternative with very low cost and some relatively good performance. So that's the reason I select this paper. Here you can see all the details of the participants and signal acquisition. Is similar than the other papers we review, but in this case they use this type of method in order to get the signals, not EEG. Okay. Here are some photograph of the cap with the different sensors here. Okay. In different part of the head. They use some type of special filters, principal component analysis, and logistic regression. Okay. Well, and here are some results. Okay, in green, light green here, you have chance level for the different type of material. And in this work, they use different duration. Okay, 25 seconds or 50 seconds. As you can see from these results, when you use a stimulus of longer duration, the results of the performance are better. Okay, and in all the experiments, they have the results above chance by a good margin. Okay. Well, that's all for this work. You can see the details after. Well, this is another work from, I think, this is 2019. The title is Synthesis from Neural Decoding of Spoken Sentences. I select this work because it is one of the works that propose to direct synthesize speech from the recording. Okay. And the approach is interesting because they use two types of models in order to synthesize the signals, the speech signals, starting from the brain signals. Okay. They propose a two-stage model, starting from one kinematic stage and one acoustic stage. So they train both of them. This with articulatory movements of the different phonemes, and this with acoustic waveforms. So in this way, this is like an inverse model that goes through the cognitive information to the acoustic information. This is also a very interesting work with very impressive results. But they, of course, they use here, I think, invasive intracranial electrodes. Okay. Many of the works with this type of approach, invasive approach, are really show very good results. I think that the challenge now is to try to get the same level, almost the same level of performance, but using EEG or FNIFs. That's the challenge, I think. Because this is not for all the people, I think. At least not for me, I think. Okay. Well, you can see, after you can see the rest of the details, but the results are also impressive. They really can get a very, very good quality of speech synthesis. Okay. Another work I want to show you is this from 2019. As you see, in the last years, many work appeared. So this is also an important sign that this is a hot topic for the research community. Okay. This work, the title of this work is Subjects in the Identification Using EEG Recorded Imagine Speech. So in this case, they use the EEG recorders in order to try to identify the subject. This is another task, a different task, not the classical one that we are we saw in the other papers. And the other important characteristic is that they use a low-cost equipment, an emotive epoch, to register EEG. So this is also the type of works that you can easily try to copy the results or try to reproduce the results they report. Okay. They use only for 14 channels, random forest as classificator, and the Krayt-Weber transform as a processing stage of feature extraction. Okay. And with all of these, they with the Krayt-Weber transform, they try to do a frequency filtering of the EEG data. Okay. And let's see the results. This is similar other works. Okay. And here you can see the different words. So here the task is to imagine a word, but what you really want is to use the database in order to know or identify the subject, but by this EEG resistor. Okay. So for each one of the words, imagined words, they need to classify it in order to identify the subjects. And you have these results that they are very good with 5 subjects. And these results that are also good with 27 subjects. It really is this type of results. It's easy to think which is the reason that they have so high performance. What do you think? Which is the reason they can have this good performance? Any idea?
No, sir.
Because as we already mentioned, we have a high variability between the signals from each subset. So you expect it to have very good results if you use this variation that usually have discriminate information about the identity of the subjects. So with this idea in mind, it is not, you expect this type of results, okay? So that's a good application for biometrics, for example. Yes, that's a good use of this type of signals, okay? Well, let's go to the next. Well, in this work is for 2020, 2 years ago. The title is Synchronization between over speech envelope and EEG oscillation during imagine speech. So this is also an interesting work. It's from Japan. They use EEG, of course. And here you can see the stimulus that are the different sequence of syllables. Okay, this is the protocol. For reason of time, and I don't go to all the details of each work because we have no time to do in that way. And here are some of the results. Okay, this is a speech envelope in red, point red, and the EEG regress envelope in blue. So we can see here that they follow very, very close with the EEG, the envelope of the speech. Similar to the task that we try to solve in the second tutorial day, I think. It's a similar approach, but we're using other techniques. This is with the perceived speech in the auditory cortex perceive the different vowels, syllables, and this is trying to imagine the same sequence of syllables, okay? And this is the topographic estimation of this is how the different patterns appear and the energy distribution of the synchronization patterns, okay? In both experiment that shows significant difference between them, okay? And also for the accuracy, okay? Well, I think that there are similar conclusions that the other work that we review just a moment ago, okay? Well, this other paper is from 2020. The title is The Sound of Silence in EEG, and it's cognitive voice activity detection. So you use as you know, when you have speech, you have the voice activity detector. That's a very, very well understood and with many different solutions proposed during the year in the field of speech analysis and recognition, the voice activity detection problem. So in this work, the authors try to, they are from your country, okay? It's an interesting work also. So they try to get a similar idea, but starting from EEG signals, okay? And imagine speech. So here you have to detect where the silence in the thought. When you saw the different words, when you have stopped and have the silence there in your imagination, and when you began to imagine another word, okay? This would be very interesting in order to segment the EEG data. If you have this with good performance, and then you can use this type of techniques in order to segment the EEG data you record for the different tasks, okay? So this is an interesting approach, I think. Okay. I don't go through all the details, but they use here HMM in order to do the classification, okay? Let's go to the results. Here are the results. Okay. These are the classification accuracy. I think that these are different types of materials, okay? And they are below 50%. I think that this is to the two binary classification problem, of course. So they are still low chance level, I think, in this work. But it's an interesting starting point in order to try to solve the problem. Well, and at last, here is another review. I think that I have to put it in the other folder. Okay, it's electrocorticography again for BCI. This is also a good review. I remember. You can go through the details. Okay. Yes. Okay. How about the time? Here is 7 o'clock. which is the time there?
3:35.
Okay, okay. So I think that this is sufficient in order to get an idea of the different works that has been published in the last years in the field. Okay. Do you have some questions?
Sir,
Yes.
sir, yesterday you shared a database, no? With some 15 speakers and some vowels, and we did some tutorial work, right? So using that database, can we this communicate to these kind of journals, or is there any kind of baseline that reviewers will be expecting? For example, like in speaker recognition, we can do speaker recognition using timid database also. But if you do that, the community will be asking they'll be expecting some result which is done on NIST standard databases, right? So is there any sort of baseline, for example, speaker identification using EEG?
Yes, one of the works I show goes in this direction, but it is still is a new problem for the field, I think. But there are some works there.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The thing why I asked was like yesterday when we were actually doing the tutorial, that imagine speech and the other speech binary classification, we were getting around 20%, whatever the tutorial. And you mentioned that the using the deep learning framework, we are getting around 65%.
Yes.
So that is why I'm asking: is there any standard baseline so that we can actually keep a bar?
Yes. In the next lecture, now today, in the moment, I will show you the different results for that database, the other work.
Okay.
I put apart this review because this is a general review. Then I will review also the different alternatives for that database. Okay?
Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bobby.
Thank you.
Okay. Another question? Okay. I think that there are also other. These are all the works I show you are related to BCI, but there are also some interesting papers regarding the basics of cognitive speech processing. Okay. So here I also put apart some of them. I will do also a fast pass through the main works also. So here you have one paper from, I think this is a little older, 216. The title is a multimodal parcellation of human cerebral cortex. I mentioned this work. This is really a very, very interesting work because between neuroscientists, there is an old discussion about really which are the limits of each region in the brain. Because, for example, you take in the past what is called the Broca area. Exactly where began and where finished the Broca area. That's a discussion between neuroscientists. Because if you use some, for example, some particular imaging technique, you get some results. If you use another technique, you get different results. So how to do an accurate mapping of all the different areas of the brain. So this is a very, very big project, the Connectome project, that many neuroscientists from different countries joined together in order to get many studies from, I think that's something like 400 subjects with the different imaging techniques like fMRI, EEG, ECOG, etc. And they try then to put all together the information from multiple sources and try to, in that way, with this multimodal approach, try to define the limits of every area in the world like a map. This is like an atlas, okay? But for the, instead of an word atlas, it's a brain atlas. They produce different images. For example, Melimap, different tasks with fMRI, okay? And at the result, they present this atlas or this map. These are something like average results over all the subjects of the study. Okay, you can go inside their web page, home page, and you can see and navigate even inside the map. So in this way, they normalize and put numbers and the limits of all the different regions. So this is an important advance, I think, because in this way you have a new, unique way to mention, to put labels in the different parts of the brain. Okay. Well, that's the reason that I include this in this brief review of the different works. Okay. Please take a look of this paper. Well, another paper from the Neuron Journal, 2019. It is, the title is Encoding of Articulatory Kinematic Trajectories in Human Speech Sensory Motor Cortex. Okay. And they also show really very interesting results. They follow using articulography method, magnetic articulography methods. They follow the different points in the phonatory system, and they register the different trajectories and the corresponding acoustical spectrogram, and then try to infer this type of trajectories only taking into account the brain signals, okay? So they also use different type of registers. I think that they use electrodes, intracortical electrodes. They do all this analysis, okay? And then they can locate very precisely in which point of the sensorimotor cortex appear activity related to this type of articulation curves. Okay. Well, let's take a look also to this work, because I think that articulatory dimension is also a very important source of information for trying to decode these speech-related brain signals. And there is no much work around this. Okay, let's go to the next work. This is another one 2009 high gamma mapping using EEG. This, of course, is a demonstration that high gamma information in the EEG can be very useful in order to get acoustic discriminative information from the EEG, okay? Related to speech also. So the principal thing that makes me to select this paper is because they are using EEG. Mhm. In most of the works, they use high gamma, but with echo G, okay? And some authors told that it is very difficult to use EEG recordings. So in this work, they show that that's not completely true, that you can extract the useful information from high gamma, even in EEG. That's the reason I include this paper in order to show it to you, okay? So please take a look also to this work. Okay. This is something similar, similar work, but this is 2 years ago, a newer work, new paper. And also they found something similar, okay? Like that they can really reconstruct, for example, some of the speech envelopes using information about high gamma frequencies of the EEG. So this is to take into account when you design the protocol and the feature extraction stage of your imagine speech classifier, okay? Well, this is a book, it's not an article. It's a book that appears in 2018 from Peter Langland, Langland Hassan, and Agustin Vicente. The title is Inner Speech, New Voices. The difference with this book, with the other works I mentioned, is that the authors describe the phenomenon, but most from a psychologist, so psychological point of view. So it's very interesting to see how they discuss about inner speech, but only from this perspective. So they analyze the phenomena, and all the characteristics in different subjects based on of the particular experience of psychologists. In people, normal people, I think, or people without mental illness, and of course they talk also about some cases with some problem of, for example, other voices imagination. It is normal that you imagine your voice, but if you hear other voices, sometimes it's a pathological condition, okay? So I think that it can be interesting to go and see also this other approach to study this type of phenomenon. Then I select this other work. I talked of this work also yesterday in my lecture. The title is Natural Speech Reverses Semantic Maps that Tile a Human Cerebral Cortex. E for the group of Gallant. Gallant is one of the best known neuroscientists, I think. This work is from which year? I don't remember. This is here. 2016. Okay. So the idea here is they show the subsets, I think something like 2 hours of audio, and they segmented all the audio material in words, and they register the different response that the audio signal and the different words produce in the different part of the brain. So then they make a map when they located each word in every part of the brain. So you have again a map, something like this. This is the activation they have for the different words. This is the 3D view from the left side of the brain and from the right side. And here is like a plain view of all the surface unfolded of all the cortex. Okay. And here you can see the activity for the different words. And here are the type of results they get. You can see here the principal component analysis and the distribution of the different type of words. They categorize or classify them in different categories. For example, words associated with some type of sensation, visual, tactile, numeric. This axis is location, for example. Another axis is visual, location again, etc. Then they make some type of classification, and they found that in some regions there are clusters of words with a similar meaning, similar semantic meaning. Okay. Well, it's really very interesting work also, and you have. I think that here comes the atlas. Perhaps I can go to there just a minute and show you the results. Please wait a minute. So you can surf and look at the different part of the brain and how appear the different clusters for the different meanings according to the different meanings of the words. Okay. Here you can see from different point of view. Okay. You can unfold. Look, and you can see the map or see the anatomic representation. Okay. You can see only the brain. And when you touch in one part of the brain, then you see here the different words. That the cluster of words appear or related with that particular part of the brain. Okay, and here you have the different colors represent different type of categories. Okay, social, visual, violence, part of the body, mental, places, time, etc. So I think that is really very interesting. I don't know really if it is useful, but it is interesting. Okay. Well, just to show you. And the last work I want to show you is this research article from 2019. The title is Prosodic Pitch Processing is Represented in Delta Band EEG and is dissociable from the cortical tracking of other acoustic and phonetic features. This is also very interesting work because all other works are in general related to speech envelope. But this is the only work I find that proposed to try to follow the prosodic pitch. So here you have some resistor or data, I think. Well, I think that perhaps I see the different graphics in another paper. Okay, but the idea is that you really can predict approximately the envelope of this type of information related with prosodic, like F0 and also the envelope of the speech, but principally associated with the intonation. Okay, so it's also an interesting work to read in order to get how to extract this type of information from speech-related brain signals. Okay. Well, then I select some interesting articles only from EEG. And especially, I think this paper is very interesting. It's like a review, but only for the different techniques of deep learning that were applied to EEG. This is not BCI or imagine speech, but it's EEG. So I think that this type of review is also very useful in order to know how to classify the different signals, even in BCI. Okay. So this work is 2021. Okay? And they also review the different years here of different works and the number of published papers that use EEG in order to solve different tasks. So here in this color, you see brain-computer interfaces. And really, an important part of the works are really in BCI. Not all of them, but an important part. Okay. For example, in 2019, there are similar amount of works in brain-computer interface and in disease detection. That is the other application of this type of signal analysis and classification. Okay. And as you see, there is an incremental higher interest in this type of analysis from EEG signals. Okay. It's really also a hot topic now. They also discuss, for example, the different approach to or techniques to artifact removal and the different deep learning models, the different works used for trying to solve the classification problems, like restricted Boltzmann machines and deep belief network, convolutional neural networks, okay, recurrent neural networks, long short-term memory, and others. Okay. Well, in this graph, they show the different topics of application and the different learning modes. Okay? For example, here in BCI, the most used are convolutional neural networks, recurrent neural networks, and for example, deep Goldman machines. Okay, think another model. This is specifically in BCI again. Here is the amount of works for the different modalities. So here you have that 64% of the total amount of works are in motor imagery. 30% in P300. And then the other are really less quantity of works using EEG in order to classify the different modalities or paradigms, okay? So as you can note, the authors didn't put any work using imagine speech or speech-related paradigms, okay? Because I think this is a new field inside the brain-computer interface community, okay? Well, these are the different diseases that the different papers try to classify, or the diagnostic with automatic diagnostic with starting from EEG. Okay. Another important application is emotion recognition from EEG. This is very, very important issue. I think that we can also pay attention, because we can also extract important emotion information from the EEG. Many works appear in the last years about this type of classification problem. Okay. Well, this is another paper I think you can try to read in order to get an idea of the principal techniques that you can use in order to classify using deep learning this type of EEG signals. Well, another papers that I want to show you are the ones related to computational neural modeling of auditory cortical receptive fields. As you know, cortical receptive fields are really very important in order to understand and try to decode all the information in the brain signals. Okay. So here in this work is participated Shama, the same that I showed you the auditory model. So this is a very interesting and up-to-date work that where they also revisited the problem of estimate these auditory cortical receptive fields. Okay. Well, please take a look for the paper also. Well, this is a very classic paper. We will see some impressive results in a moment in the next lecture. The paper is from Galland. The title of the paper is "I Can See What You See," and in the case of speech signal is "I Can Hear What You Hear." This is a very seminal work that really produce impressive results from different subjects. We will go on with the details later, but it's an interesting paper also to try to read. And then also it is interesting to review the works that propose different techniques for the linear modeling of the response to speech here. So in this work, all sorts of the toolbox that we use in order to try to estimate the speech envelope, starting from EEG signals, discuss the different practical problems and alternatives they have or you have in order to try to solve this type of problems to extract useful information from EEG. Okay, so they discuss the different practical experimental conditions and the problems you have and the different form of experimental design and how to better design each experiment and the collect of the data. Okay, so really, really interesting also. Okay, this is another paper for 2018. Neural evidence for predictive coding in auditory cortex during speech production. So here the authors also show interesting results. Okay. I think that is sufficient because perhaps there are much information for you. I have another selected paper, but I think that we are in time for the material I have to present you within this lecture. Okay. Well, do you have any questions at this point? Well, I will go on and finish the lecture of this part. Let me share my screen again. So we finished this analysis of the state of the art, and then we discuss briefly. We will discuss briefly some speech-related activated BCI. As you see, the different alternatives or the different possibilities you have are, for example, monitoring of listener or speaker attention through BCI, speech-related information extracted from EEG. We saw some papers for F0, but for example, I didn't see any paper. I can't find any paper that can extract performance tracks from EEG. That's interesting also. And of course, vocal tract configuration and the different articulation configurations are also very useful in order to extract the useful information. Okay. And then some papers, we review some papers of speech recognition from EEG, also emotional from EEG, and brain commanded speech synthesizers. And also, these are some topics that I think that are interesting in order to go on in looking for, try to solve better the different challenges. Okay. So now I want to show you two short duration videos. The first is for the paper I have just mentioned from Gallant, See What You See. Please take some minutes. I take some minutes in order to show you this short video. I think that there are 3 minutes in duration. So,
my name is Jack Gallant. I'm a professor of psychology and neuroscience here at UC Berkeley, and my lab works on vision. That's our main focus is on the visual system. And vision is a really important thing to work on because humans are very visual animals. And when humans have damage to their visual system, they're really incapacitated. And natural vision is a little like watching a movie. So essentially, we were trying to build a model that describes how your brain responds to movies. So if the external world is a certain kind of movie, we want to be able to build a dictionary that will allow us to accurately predict what the brain activity would be that would be evoked by that movie. And then given some brain activity, we want to be able to reconstruct the movie that you saw. So on the left here, we have a movie that we showed a subject in the map. And on the right, we have a brain. And you can see the brain activity is painted here on the side of the brain, but the brain's kind of crunched up in the skull, so it's hard to visualize. So we kind of inflate it, and then we flatten it out, and we can see a flat map of the visual cortex and the rest of the brain as the person watches the movie. The problem here for us is to translate between these movies that occur and this pattern of brain activity. And in the study we talked about in our paper, we just modeled this very back part of the brain, the early visual system, primary visual cortex. And that part of the brain responds to the little local features in the movie, little edges and colors and pieces of motion and texture. But this part of the brain doesn't know anything about what the objects are in the movie. First, we put people in the magnet for several hours, and we show them movies, and we build them all of the brain. And then in the second part, we put them back in the magnet, we show them new movies, and we measure their brain activity, and we decode the brain activity in order to reconstruct the movie. So on the left here is the movie we actually showed people, and on the right is our reconstruction. When the movie that we showed has a fairly common object like a person, our reconstructions are actually fairly accurate. When the movie that we showed is something rarer, as you'll see in a second, like this abstract thing, then our reconstructions are coarser. I think you'll be able to use this kind of technology for communicating with people who can't communicate, like locked-in patients or people with neurological diseases. I think you could maybe use this in some forms of psychotherapy or dream analysis. I think there's a lot of potential clinical applications for this. When this model worked, we were very happy because it was really quite surprising that it would work at all. We're only taking snapshots of the brain every 1 or 2 seconds, and our reconstructions of movies happen at the movie rate. So that's much faster, and there's no reason one would think that this would work. And in fact, most of our colleagues just told us this would never work. So it was pretty surprising and satisfying when it actually worked.
Okay, I want to show you this video because I think that a similar idea can we try to for speech. And here you have another. This is very small video. Show similar idea, but using speech.
Waldo, structure, doubt, company.
As you can see, both works can extract meaningful features and can reconstruct with some level of accuracy, not so high, but interesting because the main features can keep and remain in the reconstructed version. So there's much work to do here, and I think that perhaps the most challenge or the most difficult task is to do it from non-invasive techniques, because both the last work is with EcoShi, and the work from Galland is from magnetoencephalography. Okay. But do this type of studies with low cost and non-invasive equipment are really very difficult. Okay. Well, that's all for this part of the lecture. So perhaps I can get some minutes to your questions, your commentaries, and then I can follow for the other lecture. Okay. How we are with time, Chagabandu?
Yeah, it's 4:15 now. I can start tutorial session if you are feeling.
Sorry?
I can start tutorial session if you to-
Not yet. I have also to show some things about databases. And
Okay,
then
okay, okay.
you can proceed.
Yes, yes, yes. No issue.
Okay. Thank you. I think that there is one question or commentary there.
Yes, sir. In that previous video, how that video was reconstructed? Was it EMG signal used and then that video was reconstructed? Or what was the logic there in that video?
You are talking about the work from Gallant?
Yes, sir.
Yes. In that work, they use there is not magnetoencephalography. I think that they used I don't remember. I need to go to the paper to see the detail. I don't remember now.
Okay, okay, sir.
But it is a non-invasive one, but a very, very big and expensive equipment. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you.
The method, all the works use something like multidimensional regression in order to get that results. So they register simultaneously which are the frames of the video and the corresponding activation of the brain. And then they try to look for the correlation between both of them. And then try to do, that's the direct model. They do a direct regression and then they try the inverse regression in order to get these results. And the important thing, as Gallant mentioned in the video, is that really the frame rate of the video is very fast. And they are surprised because the brain signal can capture information about this type of very, very fast frequencies there, no, in the video. A similar thing occurs in audio, because we know that audio signals, speech signals are, the bandwidth is about at least 10 kilohertz, 10 to 12 kilohertz. That's where is the useful information. So, for example, resistors from EEG are 100 hertz, something like that, of bandwidth. So there is a really very, very high difference between both frequencies range. But if you think about some suprasegmental characteristics or some characteristics at the level of the different evolution, for example, of the envelope of the speech or the change in F0 or other important characteristics, then the frequencies are lower. And you can extract this type of information as we saw from the EEG signal. Okay?
Yeah, okay, okay, sir.
But trying to get, for example, a speech synthesizer with good quality audio, good quality speech for this type of signal is really a challenge. Okay, using EEG. With ECOG, you have better signal and better frequency resolution also. So that's better for this type of applications. Okay.
Yes, sir.
I think that one possible direction of research is trying to train models that can take, for example, EEG registering and try to convert them in something like ECOG registering. Okay, this type of mapping, I think that can be very interesting to do. for example, with deep neural networks. There are some works that propose, for example, techniques of super resolution. You take a picture with low resolution, and then you can produce at the output of the network a better resolution picture. Of course, that process of generating the image with light are better understood than the process of generating the potential inside the cortex or inside the brain or outside the brain in the scalp. So it is a more difficult problem, but I think that this type of approach can be very interesting. You need a paired register, simultaneous register of both types of signal. So it's difficult to implement, but of course, you can do it. Most of the experiments and the groups that work with EEG can be benefit, and all of us, I think. Okay. Well, this is the last slide, and here is on the bibliography if you want them to check. Okay. So now I leave this presentation. Perhaps, Yagabandu, you can stop the recording and start again in order to get a different video from the both lectures.
Okay.
Okay, in what follows, we will review the different alternatives for databases that we have in this field, okay? Well, as you already know, an important component for the development of new algorithms for cognitive speech processing, or BCI, is the availability of adequate signal for training, testing, and validation of this type of systems. For experiment with real signals, corpus of public domain can be used. So we will briefly review some of them. Not only our corpus, but also corpus from other authors. But for some specific or new task where no data is available, we have to design a particular protocol and record the data. That's the point or the idea behind inner speech, because when we began to talk about try to make some research on this topic, there is no public available database, so we have to construct it and share with all the community. Okay.
Sir, are you sharing the screen?
Oh, sorry. When you stop the recording, I think stop sharing my screen. Okay. Thank you very much. This is the last slide.
I have restarted the recordings.
Okay. Well, this is the title of this lecture, Biosignal Databases, okay? So here I discuss for the importance of such material. So now we will discuss the main issues associated to the developing a register of a new database. The basic steps we have to solve are the following. We have to define adequate experimental protocol and conditions taking into account the proposed reliability, repeatability, the cost, and the time. All these factors are important in order to take the different decisions in order to design the database. Because, for example, always is a compromise between the different aspects you want to include in the database. For example, if you want to have a different type of speech material there, then as much different modalities and different type of materials you include, the long is the protocol in time. The duration is longer, and so it is difficult to the subject to remain with attention, with the sufficient attention in order to get the task solved, okay? So this is an important point you have to take into account. How many trials you use, how many subjects also, because it's not only the process of registering the signals and prepare all the setup, but also then when you have the raw data, you have to analyze all that data, and you have to look signal by signal, channel by channel, and try to detect, for example, the artifacts and try to implement the different artifact removal techniques and other stuff in order to get good signals for the next of the stage, okay? So all these factors are important in order to design a good database. Of course, you have to get appropriate funding budget in order to have a sufficient amount of money in order to buy the equipment and all the associated infrastructure and all the software and all of that, okay? You have to elaborate and present documents for ethical committees. This is also a very important point. If you want to publish your work, you have to really take attention to these ethical norms in order to get good data and with respect to ethical concerns, okay? You have to buy, get and install all the equipment. That's not easy generally because you have to do a lot of administrative work in order to buy all this stuff. And of course, to program and implement the necessary software. The other thing is to prepare the physical space and the lab for experiments. So this all this task involves really much time and money in order to get this all function. So I want to show with this, I want to show that it's really very hard to develop a new database. So it is important to make some collaborative arrangement in order to share the data that we can in each group we can generate. Okay. Well, we also have to select the subjects with the required conditions. For example, can be normal subjects. This is a point, and also a very important point, that almost all the databases in Imagine Speech or Inner Speech are with normal subjects now. There is any database with patients or a person with some type of disabilities or or even pathologies. Okay. You also have to get sufficient time in order to make each experiment. You can think that each session with each one of the subjects is about 2 or 3 hours, something like 45 minutes you need in order to prepare all the experiment and give the instruction to the subject, and then make some initial trials, and then you won't use, but they can be used in order to train the subject. You can then you need to visually inspect, analyze, and preprocess all the signals, as I already told you. And previously to this, you have to pray for not to have to repeat many trials or discard some subjects because some artifact issues or noise issues or some other problem. Sometimes the records can be deleted or something like that. So many problems can appear. Of course, you have to organize the files, labels, and general documentation, and develop also a basic benchmark based on known techniques in order to test the data. Because sometimes you have the doubt is if which the data you've registered is really useful data, have useful information, or is something like noise that you can't use for anything. So you have to make some basic tests in order to know if the data is really useful. Okay. So now we try to review some of the database, especially in BCI. You have many databases there for other type of signals. For example, speech-related signals other than brain signal or acoustic signals. You have many databases, for example, for EMG or EGG or other type of speech-related signal. But now we only focus on BCI datasets or databases. Okay. The starting point is to look for general BCI. This is not only speech-related. In this case, you have the Berlin BCI project. The idea here is to popularize the BCI. So between 2001 and 2008, the project organized some competitions. For each competition, several datasets were obtained and made public in order to different groups try different techniques over databases. So you can go here to the web page and you can get the data. These are for different BCI paradigms, and the problem, one disadvantage is that these databases in general are with a small number of subjects. But these are the limitations of this type of registry. Okay. Well, for the third edition of this competition, they recorded the data set using the P300 based Dunkin speller. Okay. So here are some characteristics of the database. This is a very common used database for P300 in the community, in the BCI community. So you can get the data and prove or test your algorithms in order to know how you perform and compare with other different approach from other authors. Okay. Another interesting project is the VNCI Horizon 2020 project, where multiple databases are available. Here we can highlight one database of subjects with disabilities consisting on EEG. They recorded 8 patients with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis using a P300 spell-based BCI. Okay, so these are really interesting data if you want to try to use this type of technologies or adapt this type of technologies to the real world situation, especially in people with some type of disabilities. Okay. This is another a database from the people of Mexico. I was in this lab many years ago. They developed these open access databases for P300. And this is also a very common use database for the people in this field. Okay. They record EEG from 25 healthy subjects using this ChipTech amplifier. Okay. Also contains all the MATLAB scripts used to perform the pre-processing, so as to give an easier task to the persons that want to use the database. Okay. And they have different sessions from each subject. They have different sessions. That's also an interesting point, because as you already know, you also have variability intra-subject. If you record some signals today from one subject, and then next week we try to record again the signal from the person, even though you change anything of the setup, the signal recorded are of course different. So to take into account this inter-subject variability, it can be interesting to make different sessions for each subject. Okay, yes? Which is the question you have? I think you have a question. No? Okay, I will go on.
Maybe you can carry on questions.
Okay, thank you. So 25 subject is a sufficient amount of subject, I think. So that's an interesting characteristic of this database. Okay. Well, then I will review some devices or databases for persons of subjects with disabilities. This is one of the most used databases from Hoffman, 2008. The data can be downloaded for free from this website. It's stored also in MATLAB format and contains all the scripts for preprocessing. The EEG signal were recorded with 2048 hertz and using 32 electrodes located according to 1020 international system, and using biosemi active tube amplifier. This is a very common equipment used in this field, but it's very expensive. Around $100,000, something like that. Okay. For data collection, multiple choice procedure with 6 images was used. 5 subjects with disabilities were used. All wheelchair bound, but had very communication and limb muscle control abilities. Okay. Also, 4 healthy subjects were used in order to compare the data. So the subjects are asked to see the pictures and make some tasks classifying these pictures. Okay. This is the details of the protocols. I go fast here because of time. Another type of database are image and speech database. In the review we do in the last lecture, some of the characteristics of the database generated were also discussed. But here you can see other characteristics of the database. So in this work for Zhao and Rudix, 2015, one of the few public databases of machine speech at the time of this article is presented. This database contains records of machine speech and spoken speech taken with 3 different modalities: facial, EEG, and audio. Facial electromyography from different parts of the face, I think. 7 alphabet words were used here, and 4 words derived from the list of similarly phonetic pairs of Kent. Pat, pot, new, no, something like that. The records were made with 64 channel amplifier, and electrodes also are located using the standard international system. 4 electrodes were also included above, below, and to the side of each of the eyes in order to control the ocular artifacts. Another Imagian C-level open access database is reported here in the Sala work for 2009. This is also a very common use database, but in the last year, I think that the place where the database is stored goes down, or the page is the web page, it is not there again. So now I can't go to get the data, but in the past it is really available, but not now. So you have to ask to the people that store the database in order to use it. I think you can find in some way, in some place in internet. So now, yes, I will review both open access database developed by our group. The database that you are using in the tutorial. So the first database is the one of Corretto from Imagine Speech 2017. In this work, we recorded Imagine Speech. Here is the protocol. One read interval, then a visual stimulus presentation. Then you have to imagine or pronounce during 4 seconds. It depends on the prompt you have, the visual prompt. And then you have a rest interval of another 4 seconds. That's the sequence of the protocol in order to get the registers, okay? And the subjects are sitting in a comfortable chair in front of a monitor display. And you have also auditory stimulus in order to know when to pass from one stage to the other, okay? And you have a single recording session for each subject because of a question of time and the resource we have to make the recordings. And two groups of words were selected called dictionaries in this study in order to try to get different type of materials, Spanish vowels and the some words for Spanish control commands, okay? Like arriba, abajo, derecha, izquierda, adelante, atrás, that meaning up, down, right, left, forward, and background, okay? Then these are the disposition of the electrodes. Only 6 electrodes were used. Very few electrodes, but as I will show you, good results were obtained by different authors using this database. Okay. This is only a graph of the different signals from EEG, from the different 6 channels superimposed in different colors. And here is the signal corresponding to the audio recording. Okay, this is the structure of folders of the database. And here are the basic benchmark that we designed in order to get the first results. So this is really very, very basic. As I told you yesterday, I think it's a very basic approach in order to check the consistency of the data. Here, our goal is only to check that the signals we recorded will have meaningful information about the task, but no much more than that. So the results are really very low, but in most of the subjects are upper from the chance level, okay? Better than the chance level. As you see, from the vowel recognition task are even in the command recognition task, okay? But now I will show you newer results from different groups, okay? So let me go here again. And here I find something like 30 papers that cite this database for different goals, for different goals. Some of them are reviews. Some of the reviews we have just seen. But I put apart the works that use the database directly and show some results, okay? I select 12 works, and now I will show you different alternatives the different authors propose in order to get results for this database. So here you have a recent work, 2019 from Cooney et al. From UK. Here the authors use convolutional neural networks and different transfer learning approach in order to get results for this database. So here is the architecture they use. I think I remember they use a convolutional neural network architecture that other authors use precisely for EEG processing and classification, okay? Well, they describe two or three different methods for doing transfer learning. The idea here, as I already mentioned, is to use the data from all the subjects, 15 subjects in this database, to train like something like a general model, a general deep model. And then, of course, the model have an average performance over all the subject. And then the idea is to adapt the general model to each subject, but only fine-tuning some layers of the model, okay? So in this way, they also show that this method of transfer learning has the better results from not using transfer learning and only adapt the parameters for each subject independently. This is a very interesting approach because one of the problems I already mentioned is the amount of data that you need in order to get these millions of hyperparameters and parameters models get well trained with the data you have. Okay. So in this case, this work used the vowel classification task. Okay. They use 5-fold cross validations in order to get experiments, numerical experiments. And here you have the results. I think that, yes, here is a graph with all the results. You have chance level by 20%. And with this type of techniques, you see that almost double the accuracy of chance. Better than our result, the initial result or benchmark that we proposed in the original work. Of course, here you see also the different alternatives without transfer learning in orange, and transfer learning adjusting or fine-tuning the initial layers or the final layers. And the difference between each subject sometimes is the same, but another times you have really best results using transfer learning. Here or here, for example, or here, okay? Well, I think that that's the principal issue that we want to remark about this work, okay? Then we'll follow with the next work. Is from the same group, classification of image spoken word pairs using convolutional neural networks. In this work is from the same year. They accomplish a different task because they separe the imagine spoken words in pairs and then try to train the different classifiers. This classifier are only binary classification problems, okay? So, for example, they use up versus down, up versus forward, and all in this way. And then they try different type of classifiers, and they then compare the performance from different approach. In this case, this is the deep neural network they used. They took it from another work, and these are the hyperparameters from each one of the different methods they test here. And here are the results. Obviously, the results are better, but because they have only 2 classes per each of the classifiers. So the results are better, but only for a different task, okay? And the best results are obtained here for sometimes from the deep approach, but other times you see the shallow here. The shallow approach gives better results than the other ones, than the deep approach. Other time is the opposite, okay? Most of the time, I think, it's the opposite. But sometimes the shallow gets better result. This can be associated to the quantity of data available for each subject, because in this case, they don't use transfer learning, okay? Here is another work of the same group, but this was published in Census Journal. It's a work for 2020. And in this work, the title is Evaluation of Hyperparameter Optimization in Machine and Deep Learning Methods for Decoding Imagined Speech from EEG. So in this work, they also focus in the how to select the best or the optimal hyperparameter, okay? That's an important point in order to get good results, because you have many parameters in this type of deep learning approach, and it is difficult to find the optimal hyperparameters, okay? Again, the same database, okay? And they use different type of architecture: shallow CNN, a deep CNN, and this EEG-net. That is a particular architecture used for EEG classification, okay? So here they describe the methods that they use to optimize the hyperparameters. Okay. They describe it here. I don't go inside the details here. Let's go to the results. Okay, here, I think. These are the classification accuracy with the different alternatives. And here you see the different type of activation functions, for example, used for the different architectures: shallow CNN, deep CNN, and EEG-net, okay? And as you can see, there is important difference between the different activation functions, okay? And also, in most of the cases here, the shallow convoluted neural networks get best results than the deep one. And the EEG-net, that also the deep architecture, okay? Here they present some statistical analysis, okay? Here they get better results, as you can see, in the order of 55%, okay? Then they propose intra-subject selection of the hyperparameters. So to adjust you can adjust look for the optimal for the whole subsets, or only look for an optimal for each subset. Of course, this is better for the performance, but it is also more expensive in time. Well, so they adjust the different activation function, the learning rate, the training epoch and the loss function they use. Okay. And here are, I think, the final results for the different approach here. These are the better results are in this final graph for the deep methods. So here is one is the shallow CNN, but the performance is similar in classification accuracy. Here are imagine vowels in the bottom and imagine words in the top row of this graphic, okay? And here is the difference between the optimized process within subject or inter-subject. Within subject, you get a better results in general. Okay, like here, here, here also, but with more variability. Okay. Well, the focus here is in the hyperparameter optimization process. Okay. So the results are really not very impressive, but I think that the methodological part could be interesting to analyze with great detail. Okay. This is another work in the journal Computers from 2020 for another group that they use the database, again with convolutional neural networks. So here, all this stuff is the same or similar. This is the architecture they proposed. And then they use transfer learning again. And finally, here are the results. This is the replication of our results in the original work. Okay, they reproduce it in order to get a comparable results. And this is the second study to replicate the results, but not with the convolutional neural network. Okay. And this is the final results, I think. No much better than our results. Significantly, but not so high. Okay. About 33% in this with this particular CNN, and with the model proposed by the authors, really not much higher than our original results. Okay. Again, this is a problem, I think, with the amount of parameters of the proposed model. I don't know, but surely they are thousand or even million of parameters. Okay. Here is the different result with transfer learning. And they show that with transfer learning, they can get better results, but the difference is really is about 1 or 2 points in accuracy. Okay, the difference is not so impressive, I think. Okay, let's go to the next work. In this work, they use tensor decomposition in order to solve the problem. Okay. So they use three-dimensional tensors like this. For each channel, they make a continuous Weyl transform. And so they arrange the results of the feature extraction in this way. And then they use some technique for classification, okay? This known as para-fact analysis, okay? We give the details here. I interested in experimental results. Okay. They use here two databases, I think. This is one different database, and I think this is the database, yes, our database in this column. So here they really have a very, very important difference in performance. From almost 20%, they go as up to 66.28%. This is really very, very good results for this database using this approach. But in this approach, this is an static feature extraction method, and they use this tensor analysis. That this is really a complex time frequency analysis per each channel. So I think that this is a key point in obtaining these very, very good results. This work shows the importance of to choose a good feature extraction stage in order to proceed to the next stage, okay, to the classifier. Okay, that's all for this work. Then you have another work for also 2020. In this work, they use the same database, okay, and in this work they use a deep encoder in order to get a representation in a small dimension space, and then they use a very simple classifier based on K nearest neighbor. So the much of the work is done here by these Siamese neural network encoders. The idea is that both deep neural networks try to encode the signals in a way that by pairs of classes maximize the distance in this projected space. So then you can use a most simple technique in order to get the classifier. Okay. Here they show the architecture of the neural networks. Okay, and here are the results. It is a good idea, but the results are not are worse than the other the recent paper we have just saw, okay, in the tensor approach, okay. But then here another work that here they use MXCC coefficients and linear prediction coefficients with the classical neural network classifier, artificial neural network. And let's see the results because all the stuff is similar. Okay. Here is the accuracy. And I think that this is up to more than 60% is very, very good results. Okay. But this is another, I think this is another database. They use different databases. Okay, I remember. They use different databases. Okay. Let's see. Okay. They look, they do a review of the different words first. Okay. This is a review database, and they use the database, but from comparing the results with the results of our database. Okay. This is a work from Professor Sina. Professor Sina shared some lectures with me in the last Cheyenne course. So he continues work with the database, and I think that he find interesting results because he found that results using only a channel from the left side are slightly better than using only the channel from the right side. This, as you remember in this database, all subjects are right-handed. So the important information is mainly in the left side electrodes. And in this work, he proved this hypothesis because he always obtained better results with electrodes in the left side. Okay, that's I think the principal point with this work. This is another work from the same group. This is a work in this journal, IIT Signal Processing from 2020, a recent work. So in this case, they use a wavelet filter bank in order to classify EEG. Okay. Review, motivation. Okay. Let's go to the results. He used a particular version of common spatial patterns. Okay. And let's see the classification results. He used different type of mother wavelets. He test different type of mother wavelets and get different results. Okay. So the idea here is to select which is the best approach or the mother wavelet in order to get a good performance. And here, we don't know. I think that this is a result from pairs of words, not for all the words simultaneously. That's the reason they have a really very good results. Okay. Let me see. Performance. Okay. Yes, here are the performance. But this is really very good. I don't know if they are using here all the words. I think that they are only pair of words. Okay. Because this seems like magic is if you have 90% of accuracy. Okay. Yes, they are word pairs. Okay. Pairs of commas. Okay. Let's go on. Here is another work for the last year. Decoding imaging speech based on deep metric learning from intuitive BCI communication. So in this work, the idea again is use this type of Siamese networks and then project to this low-dimensional space and try to get some classification with a simpler classifier. Okay, similar to the other work we see. And so, okay. Well, let's go to the results. So they use two databases, our database, and also this database for the BCI competition. Okay. And here they show the different values. The proposed method is around 45% of accuracy, what is relatively good results. Okay. And they also test this type of experiment. You for example, train all with only 4 of the commands, and then you add another command and try to test how is the performance adding a new command. Okay. This is interesting because you can use the same projection that you train with the other commands, and this approach has some capability to a fast adaptation to new command, to incorporate new material for new commands. Okay, that's, I think that it is an interesting approach also. Okay. It's some type of incremental learning. Well, that's sufficient for this work. And here we have the last work I found. Is from Sensor Journal again, from the last year. Recognition of EEG signal from imaging vowels using deep learning methods. Again, they proposed a deep learning approach. They review different types of classifiers useful for this type of materials. Not all for this database, but always for vowel recognition or classification with different type of subject, different amount of subject, electrodes, and corresponding accuracy. Based on that, they also review the different deep architectures that they are used for this type of material. And then they propose a particular one. Okay. Let's go to the results. They train by pairs of vowels again, and then a last stage, one against one, that gives the final class, the final classification. Okay. The different alternatives. And here is the accuracy. Something like 70% in accuracy. Okay. More data. And this is they really used to database. I think that this is our database, and this is another database. So here are the results with the different techniques. And here is around 70%. That is also very, very good results. Okay. This is one of the last works I found using our database. Okay. That's all from my side. I don't know if you have any question. You are still there or you are asleep?
No, we are here, sir.
Okay. Thank you. So I finished this lecture with this material. So if there are no questions, we can proceed to the tutorial. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Yes.
Perhaps we can stop recording now and take a break of about 5 to 10 minutes, In
Yeah,
order
we'll
to,
start from 5:30 after 10 minutes.
yes, in order to participant can go around and see another thing, and then they take a cup of coffee, and then they can again put his mind in these activities. Okay.
So someone has raised a hand. There any question? Mamsi Krishna?
Okay.
No, I think.
Yes.
No. We don't have any question.
Oh, okay. Well, if there are no questions, so we break during 5
Yeah.
to 10 minutes. Okay.
Yes. Start from 5:30. So, good afternoon to all. So, let's start with the tutorial session. So, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, it's audible. So, my screen is visible now.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah. So now, so in the last tutorial, I think day before yesterday, we have seen the pre-processing part of a inner speech dataset, which has been recorded by Professor Rufinar's group. So in this session, as we have already completed the pre-processing part for a single subject, we will take these blocks. We will not discuss whatever we have extracted from that. We will directly use that, okay, and we will perform the classification task. So in this case, what actually we are doing, so we will classify between inner speech versus pronounced speech, okay. So later maybe this framework you can expand it for different other cases, okay. So I specifically followed this article. So what actually they are doing, if you see, go to the data preparation part that we already have done. We have collected for they have collected for 128 EEG channels, whereas some 8 control channels they have with 1024, and later in the processing part they have notched the filter in around 50 hertz, and they have been passed the signal from 0.5 to 100 hertz. So then they cut the trials from 1.5 to some that we will see here. So in the feature extraction part, like yesterday I used showed some wavelet waste feature. For in this case, they are actually using alpha, beta, gamma, delta feature, which are some I think 6 bands. Which are from 0.5 to 4.0, 4.0 to 8.0, 8.0 to 12, 12 to 20, 20 to 30, and 30 to 45. So they will extract, they will put the bandpass filter on the signal, and they will extract the signal. Once they got the signal, they will do some special filtering over that, and after that they will get the average power of that as a coefficients. So what they will, so after that, for each EEG signal, they will get a 6-dimension vector. So they will average it over your channel. So for each case, they will get 6-dimension vector, if I'm not wrong in this case. So after that, the 6-dimension vector, 6 features are used for classification task. So for this case, they have used the okay. So the feature they have scaled between 0 and 1 using a min-max standardizer from Skykit. So then they have used cross validation of 80% and 20%. Okay, so for training and testing, and they, for the classification, they have used extreme learning machine with some technique called relevance-based pruning. So this extreme learning machine is just we can assume like a one hidden layer based artificial neural network, and it have number of nodes in the hidden layer, single hidden layer based network. So that hidden layer they will optimize again with some cross validation of some threefold cross validation they have used to do the okay. To find the parameter of the extreme learning machine. Okay, so finally they got some result. We also can see that. So in this case, I think that is what we are doing. The blue one and this orange one, So real and random. So what they have done here. So real case means this is actual labels. So I have classified with actual labels, and with the cross validation, whatever maximum they are getting, they are just point the distribution of that with cross validation. Okay. So they are getting around 90 to 100%. Some cases it is less for different subjects. So 90 to 100% they have got the performance. Whereas another trial, what they have done, they just whatever labels they are got for inner speech and pronoun speech, they just randomized the label. And when they randomize the label, they are showing that the performance degrades. So that means the system have learned the either it is a can I able to classify between the learned speech and inner speech and pronoun speech. Okay, so that we will go through the course. So this is all about the paper what we have to I have to demonstrate today. So for the interest of okay, so to run this code, maybe I already have shared this folder with you. Maybe you can download, if you already have downloaded, you can load it to your Jupyter notebook and can start running with me, along with me. Or else, if you have not downloaded, if you have some issues with the folder, you can directly download from these 3 repos. You can either clone it or you can download it. Once you download it, then you inside this feasibility analysis inner speech, you just put this 2 folder inside that. I can show how you can keep this. This is my feasibility of inner speech. Inside this, I just have another 2 folder, inner speech dataset and relevance-based pruning. So this folder have all the pre-processing, whatever we have done, that codes are available over here. And about this extreme learning machine and the relevance-based pruning, so these codes are available over here. So you have to run this environment .yml to create the environment. Once it is done, then we can directly start running. Okay. Or I have already given this folder, zip folder. You can directly download that. You can directly start working with that. Anything you can be done. So the interest of time, I will not demonstrate for all the subjects because it is for one subject, it is taking around 2 to 3 hours for general CPU machine, CPU-based machine. So I will just demonstrate with one subject. You can later expand it to multiple subjects. Okay. So if I will go to the, this is the database paper we already have seen in our last tutorial. So I will just go to the table and so if you can look into this table, the subject 1 have pronounced speech of 100 utterances, sorry, not utterances, this is 100 EEG signals, and similar cases that have inner speech of around 200 EEG trials. Okay, so we have around, per subject 1, we have around 300 trials. So out of them, 100 are belongs to pronounced speech and 200 are belongs to inner speech. Okay. With this, first we will import our libraries. So I will run this block. Next, edge this extreme learning machine and this relevance-based pruning required torch. So as you have created a new environment, you have to install that. Okay. In the second part, I already have installed, so I will not install again. So the next part, I have just imported, as I have already downloaded that, some relevant-based pruning, then ensure directory, just checkup points, extract data from subject. So this will give me the data in the format of data vectors and their labels, and select time window, the necessary time we will take, and transform from for classifier. So classifier data that already we have discussed in the last tutorial. If you have any doubt, you can ask me. Then classification utility, we have randomized trials and ELM labels. So this will labels will give me -1 and +1 for the two classes, whereas the randomized trials will one case this will be false, so such that the actual trials it will be there, and another case this is true. So I will just randomize that randomize the label of the trial such that this system can't guess it. Okay. So just I have fed some random state equal to 23 fit here. So I can, for the reproducibility of the result. Okay, so if you are going for k-fold validation, it will be generate the k-folds with random order. So for the repetition of the result, reproducibility of the result, we are feeding the random seed. Okay, so till this point, anyone have any doubt?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Yes. Please explain the k-fold more. Because
K-fold.
Usually I just confuse in that. Sometimes I found the literature 7-fold, 10-fold, 20-fold. So what actually we do? And sometimes I found that the different things associated that validation, testing. So please explain it more. Therefore, I can understand it.
Yeah. So okay. So actually, what if suppose I have a data set? So first case is from the data set, I have to separate my training and testing. Correct. But if we go for this data set or some kind of EEG data set, or if the data set is very the amount is less, it's not a huge data set. Okay. So on that case, instead of directly splitting to train and test, okay, what we can do from the whole data set, we can take first 70% or 80% of the data edge for training and 20% for testing. Then what we will do, then again we will take this is the whole data set. Whatever 20% we have taken for testing, that 20% we will not take again. We can take from the whole data set again another part of that 20% we will take. Okay, and we will do again the training and testing. Similarly, 20 times we will do. So that is known as k-fold is 20. Okay, is it clear?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I understood.
So another thing is there have three kind of splits here. So one will be training, validation, and testing. Okay, so the validation set will be used to tuning the parameter of the model, and the testing will be a discrete part which will be done final testing. Training you will do to train the network. Okay, or train the hyperparameters of the network, or in this case whatever machines they are using, machine learning model. Okay, is it clear?
Yes, I understood.
Okay. So in now we will see how they are doing this k-fold. K-fold edge 20 here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So test size is 0.2 here, and validation size is 0.2. Okay, so now there is a state field shuffler split by sklearn toolkit. So I have just directly taken that library. So here if we give the k-fold, test size, and the random state, so it will give me that 20-fold values. Okay, each and every iteration, what will be my training set, what will be the test set. Okay, so next one will be my 3-fold this one, the to compute the to optimize the parameter of the network. So this validation split I have used some 3-fold. Okay, so in this case also I have taken test size as validation split, or that is 20%. Again 0.2 I have mentioned, so that means 20%. And if you see the random state I have taken again the same, and validation fold is 3 in this case. Okay. Okay, so now I have defined, as you have discussed, we are using a min-max scalar. So this will actually the feature vectors whatever we are getting, they will scale it to 0 to 1 range. Okay, so this will be done by min-max scalar. Okay, and this RBP is relevance based pruning. So this I have imported over here, so directly. So this inside these functions, all these this network has been defined, and this proning and all these are doing with this function or with this class. Okay. So now there is a signal decomposition using this common special base pattern, CSP CSP it is generally known as. So that is actually a MNE toolkit library. So if you want to know better on that, you can go through and read these articles they have cited. Okay, so this what up to my knowledge, this is like a decomposition method. So which will take the feature vectors and it will do some kind of transformation and it will give the output to you, and you can use it. Okay. So better details you can go through the paper and see. Okay. So in this case, I am taking component edge 6, and regression type of is empirical, and covariance estimation is concatenate, and transform is average power. Okay, so with respect to average power, I will compute the values and bends. So that is all. Now in this case, I am just defining my directory space, root directory, and here I will save. Okay, so in your case, you just have to change these locations as per where you have stored your database. Okay, now in the NS list, so NS list is the subject list. Okay, so in this case, I have only taken 1. So if you want to take more subjects, you can just write 1, 2, and 3. You can expand it to 10, up to 10, because we have 10 subjects, and you can run it. Okay, so it will directly run up to 10, and you can see the results. Okay. So now data type is EEG I have taken, and conditions I have taken pronounced and inner speech, and classes is all. Whatever all the classes means, in this case you can this is up, down, and left, right, correct? These 4 are classes. So I have taken all, in this case also all, and I am taking on pronounced and inner speech only. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you. From where we can get this data, which you have
Data,
explained
I
in
think
22 block?
my last tutorial, if you go to the last block, there I have written how to download the data.
Okay. From there. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, in the last block I have written, so you can use that and download the data. Is it clear?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Okay, so in this case, as we have earlier discussed, we have done is the dataset has been recorded in a sampling frequency of 102 Hz, but we have downsampled it with a decimation factor of 4. So now the sampling frequency is 256 Hz. So and as you have also seen, the thinking time is around 1.5 to 3.5 along with the stimuli. So we have taken from 1.5 to 3.5. Okay, that duration. Okay, so now this is around, I think, 2 seconds. That's why the number of samples will get around 512. So channel list we have taken all. Okay, so that means all 128 channels will get. Now these bands, what I have shown you from the paper, that there have 6 bands: delta, theta, alpha, low beta, high beta, and low gamma. Okay, so these 6 bands we have defined over here, and we will use for filtering. Okay, so for M is your number of nodes for extreme learning machines. These are defined. Regression as 1, and we will go for 10 iterations to finally optimize this, which in which how many number of nodes are optimal for this data set, and accordingly we will take. Okay. So in the randomized labels is false and true. So if it is false, then means the actual labels we are considering. If it is true, then we will randomize the labels. Okay, till this point, is it clear everything, or if you have doubt, you can ask. Okay, since no doubt, we go to the next part. So NS in NS list. Okay, so as I have only one, so this for loop may not be required, but for generalization I have just given the for loop, so you can run for whole 10. Okay, so now it will load my data from this data, so it will see the just show the print of this, just it will print this, that from where we are taking the data. So now extract data from subject, this will give me X and Y. Okay, now after windowing I will get my X over here. Okay, I will give the T start, T and FS. This already we have seen in the last tutorial. So then we will transfer it to classification task. Okay, by giving the class and condition, because we don't need for all the conditions, we need the conditions only for the specific class and specific condition, correct? So this X and Y we will get. So I have loaded this matrix in because inside the for loop I can't debug over here, so I have loaded it in Spider. You can see the X and Y dimension over here. So the X dimension is 300 cross 128 cross 508. Okay, similarly the Y direction dimension is 300. So as we have seen, there are around 300 samples, 200 plus 100. Okay, so these are here, and we have taken EEG all 128 channels. We are getting this, and around 2 seconds data. So we are getting around 508 over here, because I have done one mistake. This should be 256. Here I have taken 254. That's why I'm getting 508, or else you will get 500. Okay. So somewhere I have done here as FSH 254 I have written. That is my mistake. You have to change that to 256. Okay, so this is not the case. Here, so this is 254. This is mistakenly I have written. So it is 256. So once you do that, you can get around. This is 512. You will get. Okay. Is it clear? Okay, so now the next part is first the loop will start with your subject, then it will go to the randomized level. Is it a true level or false level? So as I have defined this randomized level as false and true. So for the first case, this will be the actual levels, false cases. Okay, so the first, then if it is the randomized level is false, it will directly return this. I can show you that code, what actually it is doing. Okay, so let me open that classification utils. Open. So is this screen is visible, or I have to increase the font size? You will see this randomized trials. If it is a false, then the same whatever the index. This is only return the index, but it will not do any kind of permutation in the index. Okay, so it will give the same value as output. But if you see, if it is true, then index it will be permutation. It will do the permutation, and you see this xt is the corresponding index, but yt they have not changed. Okay, so that means this is false labels they are giving over here. But here the same labels, whatever they are getting, the same thing they are passing. Okay, so if the randomize is false, the actual values we are getting over here. Okay, so now let's go to this notebook. Now this ELM labels will give you the -1 and +1. Okay, we'll set the labels as -1. Now we will go for the cross validation. Okay, so we already have defined this str_cv over here. Already have defined. So from that we will iteratively take the training and testing values with 20 fold value h20. Okay, so this is 10 index values and validation index values. This will just give the index. So now if we see this y train of train index values, I have taken as y train, and validation is validation. Okay, now we will go to the next part. This start timer, this is just for the time to how much time it is taking to make it eye on that. So to see eye on the okay. So next part is we have some 6 bands we have taken. So with respect to each band, we will iterate this. okay, to get the filtered values. Okay, so now here I am defining this is sampling frequency f low and f high. I will get the filtered value, okay, data train and data validation for different bands. So once it is done, the data train and data validation will be computed over here. Then it will be stacked. If and when equal to 0, it will not do anything, or else it will stack one by one after another. Okay. So once this is done, I will do the scalar transform. Okay. So it will do 0 to 1 mapping. Okay. Now with W iteration, it will go on iterating and learning this extreme learning machine, ELM machine, and it will also do the relevance based pruning over here. Okay. So once it is done, it will do the prediction by prediction, and it will show the accuracy scores as accuracy validations. Okay. And if you see here, this we are doing for validation. In the validation split, so it have a threefold split over here. Okay, so the larger one is the for the 20-fold validation. In this case, this is inside that one is threefold validation. Okay, so now once the accuracy the prediction accuracy we will get, accordingly we will tune the parameter. Okay, and we will find the final position, accordingly we will fix the parameter. Okay, so once the parameter is fixed, for the next case we will get the best M value. Okay, then again we will do the band pass filtering and feature extraction, and we will only fit with that best one. Okay, so with respect to that best M value and best parameter value, we will fit that. Okay, so next you can see this best M, we are fitting this and we are getting this. It's just kind of weight and bias. Okay, all the weight and bias we will get. Then now once it is done, we will get the prediction and the accuracy scores we are writing over here. So for each cross validation, we will get one value, and it will go as an appending over here. Okay, so for the 20 cross validation, we will get the 20 values. Okay, so now after that, it will save the values here. Okay, is it clear till this point? If you have any doubt, you can ask. Okay, so there are no doubt. Let me run this. So for the subject one, as you have taken only one subject, so cross validation starts from 1 with out of 20. Okay, so this is the time taken it is telling, and this is the amount of time it is taking to do the validations, sorry, filter bank and validation. 4 times we are doing, because first 3 is for the cross validation. Once sorry, this validation split, once the network parameter is finalized, then we are doing the final one. Okay, so similarly for the second case, it will go till the 20. That is for my true levels. Then for the random labels, again it will go for 20 times. Okay, now I have saved with true labels and false labels. First I am doing the false random labels. Okay, so that means false labels. So with respect to that, if I will run this, I can get over here this distribution. Can see from it is from 0.6 to 0.7. Okay, and similar case, if I will run this, the final this true values, you can see the true accuracy is around 0.95 to 1. Okay, 0.921. Okay, so this is for one speaker case, sorry, one subject case I have run it. So you can extend it for multiple cases. I have not run this one because it takes a lots of time to run. So maybe in your case you can run. If you are facing any difficulties, you can let me know. Okay, so any doubt? No? So that is all about my presentation. So if you have any doubt, you will take, or else maybe. So Professor Rufinal, are you there?
Yes, okay.
So what we can do now, we'll go for this distributed paper or we will go for final examination.
Yes, we can proceed with the next lecture if you want. That is a discussion about the papers.
Yes, then yeah, then we can start that. So I am stopping my presentation.
Yes, only a last comment. This type
Yes.
of classification is a very basic classification between modalities only. It's just to show what is the idea and how to classify the data. But other authors have took this database also, and they have results. Again, a little more higher than chance with this database. It's a work from last year, I think. Here I have the results I can show. So they can, in a minute here. These are the results for this database, trying to classify the commands. There are 4 commands, so chance is about 25%. And in this work, from other group also,
Sir,
with deep
can I ask-
learning,
Excuse me,
they
sir.
have,
Sir, I have one doubt.
yes,
Sir, in this table, as you mentioned that the accuracy is 30%, 30.41, and average accuracy is 29.67. So it is calculated at what scale? I think if it is calculated at 100% scale, then I think it is not good accuracy.
yes, that's right. It's not good accuracy, but it's more than chance. Because as you can see in the other works that we review, this is a very difficult task. So many of the works can accomplish the task with these low accuracies. The idea here, this is the first published work that shows results for this database, because the database is just published now 2 weeks ago. So the idea is that our group and other groups take the data and try to get better results. This is only the first baseline, okay?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, as it occurs with the other database, the database for imagine speech that I showed you earlier, the first results are not good, but then trying different techniques, the results go higher and higher. That's the idea, because it's a very difficult data set. Okay?
Okay, sir. Understood.
Well, I think that now we can proceed with the other.
So, Professor Rufinal, there is a query by Professor Govind Menon. Can you just check in the chat box?
No, it is just a thing. Since today is the last day, maybe some participants may want to interact with the professor. Maybe some possibilities, and that's what I was checking. Maybe actually it is. I was checking with the organizers, with you.
I think if you want, you can discuss with him, but we don't have a scheduled time for that.
Okay.
What do you mean with interactive session?
No, I just some participants just want to say something about the course or feedback or something.
Okay.
I was just checking with.
Okay. Well.
Sir, I don't know whether you remember or not. Actually, you were one of the examiners for my PhD students' thesis. We had some communication through email sometime back in 2020.
Okay. Yes, I remember.
It was on glottal activity detection.
Yes. Okay.
So thank you, sir. This session was a wonderful session.
It's good to see your face, because I only see the screen.
Yeah. So it was when I was in my previous organization, we had this thing. So I just moved to this side, another organization. Professor Surya is here.
Yes, I remember you from the last GAN course.
Sir, actually, I missed that GAN course.
Yes,
because
but
previously. Yes,
Surya
sir. Surya sir. Surya sir also. Yeah.
Yes, I meet him personally.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, that's right.
And we have one more senior professor here, Professor Samudra Vijaya. So we are all working in the same university. There is one more Dr. Akhilesh is also there, who works in speech pathology. So we are this small speech group here. And
very good. Nice to know you. Meet again.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Sir, thank you so much. Actually, especially you came in the morning and gave this wonderful talk. It was a great opportunity for us.
Okay, thank you. It's
You.
really an honor for me to share all these things with you. And now we will proceed to a discussion. So if you can, if you can maintain your cameras open, it is better for the discussion, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
I will present the screen again.
Okay.
Only to have some guides, some question that we will use as guiding for this discussion session. Okay. So the idea here is that during all these days, we are talking about these new techniques, new ideas around what is called cognitive speech processing, and also different applications in the context of BCI. So now we want to discuss. So as introduction, I use again this slide that surely you remember it, about the speech communication, and this guy shouting to his telephone. And so what happens here when we try to record some brain signals from this person while talking, okay? So now I want that every one of you try to answer to the best of your knowledge each one of the questions I present to you. The first set of questions are very broad ones. The idea is that every participant have to answer at least one time, okay? And when you first answer, please give a small presentation, your name, your place where you are working, and in which research area. So we all know some details about the participants, okay? And then you can participate more than once if you want. The idea is that we can have something like 1 hour of discussion of these questions. First group are general questions, so you are free to use all you know until this time for make a possible answer. They are all open questions. There is no correct or errors here. So you can do your best in order to get what you think is the best answer, okay? And the other group of questions are more specific, but the idea is the same. So not everyone has to answer every question, but I expected that at least one of them you can show which is your point of view based on all the material we review and also the papers that you are carefully read during the last day. Okay? Do you understand how are the rules of the discussion? My role here is as moderator, okay? So I only put each one of the questions and then I wait you to discuss until one time that I close the question and go further to the other question. The list of questions is also not closed. So after we try to answer this question, we can go with other questions if you have. So the last part of the discussion is completely open. Okay? Well, if you can open your camera, please do it. So it is better for the discussion. I maintain here the screen with the questions so all the participants can read each one, okay? Well, the first question, very open one, is that it is possible to use brain signals related to the speech production for communication? What do you think? This is very broad.
Yes, it is possible.
Yes, it is possible.
Yes, the idea is that you also try to give some arguments about your answer, okay? Because I think that at this point, we all hope that these techniques are really useful. But why? Why do you think that it is really possible to use these signals in order to get devices for better communication between us and between computers? You are mute, Siva Sankar. You are mute.
For production of the speech sound, brain has to send nerve signals to the vocal tract. Therefore, it is related. It is possible to that is speech production for communication. Brain signal definitely helps.
Okay. I hear all your answers.
Yeah.
Sir, when a speech is produced, first of all, a thought process will be formed in the brain. Then maybe with reference to BCI, maybe this is in the auditory cortex, and this part of the brain will prepare the articulators to produce speech. Therefore, I think this, if we can come up with some mapping of the BCI, the brain signals to the speech parameters, we can actually use it. Especially to further study the production mechanism. That is my view, sir.
Yeah, as we had seen, speech production and the perception of the speech, that is what we begin when we are child, and then we try to mimic that. So that perception, from that perception, then again we try to produce the speech. So that is why all those things are centrally getting activated in the brain. Perception happens, and then we try to produce the speech. That is why speech production is definitely, we can link it to the brain signal.
Okay, thank you. Another answer for this question? Perhaps it is clever to answer now, because questions get, I think, hard as we go on. This is just to begin. Okay, nobody says that there is experimental evidence. I think that with all the papers we review, we can say that there is sufficient evidence from research that this is possible. That it's possible to use some of the discriminant information that is inside, we can say, inside these signals, okay, brain signals. Well, we can go on. How are the underlying brain process generate these signals? Can you explain with your own words in very few sentences which are the main process and the way the brain encodes the signals related with speech processing or speech perceiving speech? Okay.
Yeah, so as far as speech perception is concerned,
yes.
So you had explained the working principle of the ear, outer ear, middle ear, and the inner ear. So whatever waves are coming to the ear, they will get connected to the inner ear, and that cochlea part will play the role. Depending on the incoming frequency, the different part of the cochlea that will get activated, and that is getting connected to the nerves. And from there, that signal is getting connected to the brain. So that is about the perception.
Okay, what about the spectrotemporal receptive fields? Which is this? What is the definition of this concept with your own words, and which is the role they play in the perception of speech? What you can say about this? Any one of you, not only Mylint. It's difficult for me to pronounce your name. Sorry.
Yeah, Milind.
Milind. Thank you. Thank you. Which special characteristics are there by means of these spectrotemporal receptive fields? What happens in the auditory cortex? Because what Milind said is up to the auditory nerve. But what happens in the auditory cortex? Do you remember? This is a key point to understand how to decode the information at the auditory cortex. Okay? So, which is one of the most important characteristics of the representation at the auditory cortex level?
It is a phonetics or acoustic. These are the, I think, speech representation.
At this level, at the primary auditory cortex, you only have some basic acoustic characteristics, okay? Spectrotemporal characteristics, okay?
So is it at the syllable level, and then so supramental information, prosodic information, that is at the higher level, and
Yes.
individual phoneme level information?
That's right. In the primary auditory cortex, you have very basic information there. You have a sparse activation related to particular spectrotemporal patterns that are there in the projected in the auditory cortex. You have in the first part of the auditory cortex a tonotopic activation, and then you have a more complex activation in what we call the spectrotemporal receptive fields of neuron of the cortex, okay? Then in other parts of the cortex, you have a more complex analysis and other time scale also, because you can think in for example, intonation, or the envelope of speech, or other type of representations that are in other parts of the brain, okay? But I am talking a lot. The idea is that you have to discuss. Please. Which other level which other dimensions of the coding are important? Because this is only acoustic. But what else is important in order to extract information? Not only the acoustic level. What more you need to decode the signal? Which other levels we discussed? Yesterday I showed you not only the acoustic level or which other levels are important, or dimensions for the coding. Articulatory dimension, all associated to the intonations, also syntactic, semantic. We have just see this work of Gallant about how the semantic meaning of the words are distributed in all the brain. So I think that this type of studies give us some information about where to look for important discriminant information. So if we want to, for example, make better predictions from these signals, we have to carefully design the experiments in order to get different response in the brain from the different material, speech material that we present to to the person, for example, or that we use in order to get, for example, a machine speech. Okay. So it's very important that you try to think which type of type and which parts of the brain activates with each material. Okay. Well, let's go on. Which are the difference or the main difference between the traditional brain-computer interface paradigms and speech-related ones? What do you think? This is not like an examination. This is only a discussion. It's important your participation. At this level, it is not important is your answers are right or not. So please don't be afraid and try to answer. Which are the difference, the main difference? In your own words.
No, one difference can be the stimulus. In case of BCI, if you're talking in general terms, then that stimulus can be the video picture or some letters. While when we restrict it to speech related, then it is either imagined speech or something like that. We are restricting only to the speech related control of the whatever we want to control.
Okay, very good, Milin. And which are the main advantages and disadvantages of both paradigms, speech related and non-speech related? Which are the advantages and disadvantages?
I think traditional BCI paradigm is meant for example, emotion recognition and some imagination, whereas now the speech related is you are trying to find phonetic information which is there reflected in the BCI signals.
Okay. And what about for example, the bit rate, the communication bit rate for both options? What we can expect from these new paradigms?
So for the brain signals, the information rate is very low as compared to the speech.
That's right.
Yeah. So,
Because it has all kinds of sounds, therefore it has to be, bitrate should be high.
no, sir, I think bit rate is low for brain signals.
Correct. Yes.
Speech,
Yes.
And but which is the main practical problem now in order to get really a fast communication between the device and the person, the subject? Can we do with the techniques that we have today? Because with other techniques, the rate is about 1, 2, 3 words per minute. What do you think? Which is the rate for these speech-related paradigms? How fast they can do the task? Not natural speech. Natural speech is very fast. We can talk to 30, 40 words per minute. Okay? But what about the current technology? Which is the main problem?
Yeah, one of the papers which I had been given to review, in that paper, the authors are proving that 92%, 90.5% accuracy is there with the imagined speech, where 4 words and 7 phonemes are there. But in the conclusion, they are stating that only limitation is the speed, processing speed. And that is what they're putting it as a future scope. So I'm not sure whether in real time this imagined speech can be used for control of the BCI applications.
Okay, Dave, this is a good answer. I think that the problem is the actual performance of these systems is still low. So it is difficult to really transmit some of the commands, because if you have a high error, then you have to repeat the command. And in that way, the transfer rates goes down, okay? So we have to propose better methods in order to get better performance and apply these techniques also to working in real time with the BCI, okay? Because most of the works, as you can see, are a little upper the chance level. So we have many places in order to get better results, okay? So I think that we have just answered this question: which are the advantages, disadvantages of this type of control signal? And now, are all speaking modalities equally interesting, useful for this task? Which modalities we principally review during these days? We talk about silent speech, inner speech, and imagined speech. What do you think about every one of these modalities?
I think it is much useful for silent speeches. Like that, someone get some affected from some diseases, and he is not able to speak something. Then I think these speech synthesis technology is very important, and this BCI associated with that is also important for that. So I think the conclusion is that this task is more associated with the modalities, like that suppose a person is affected with some diseases.
Okay, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree what he said, because if the application is to some impaired people, they're having some problem with the speech production. In that case, imagined speech or silent speech, that may be the better option. They are just thinking that particular word and they will be able to execute that particular command. So it will depend on application. I think all the modalities are interesting, but which modality to use, that will depend on specific application.
Okay. Yes, perhaps we can say that silent speech is an easier task because you have the real articulation of the muscles, and this produces better signals in the motor cortex. So there it is easy. It's not really a BCI paradigm because you are using the muscles. But as you are saying, if you have to solve a practical problem, it can be an interesting approach to use silent speech also in order to make the communication, okay? It's not really BCI, but it's something intermediate, okay? But then imagined speech is more difficult to classify. And inner speech is even more difficult. So it depends on the case, as you are saying. Okay. And which are the difference? Well, I think that we already answered this also. Which are the difference between a speech-related paradigm? I have just answered this, so we can go on. These are very broad questions, so we can go to more specific ones. Okay. So all these questions are in the form can we, but the idea is not only that you answer that you can or not can do it, but how, also how, not only can, but if we can, also how do you think you can do the answer of the question? For example, can we increase the performance of non-invasive CSP BCI system to useful level? So I think that all agree that yes, we can, but how? How we can do it, okay?
Sir, another thing is that how can we improve the non-invasive CSP system for useful level? So by if our we can use some accurate sensors as well, and after getting that signal, we can use some important methods for the feature extractions. Like that, as I think that using the time frequency analysis techniques, we can somehow at level at par level, we can improve the performance of the systems as well.
Okay. What do you think? The rest of us, of you, what do you think?
Sir, I think it depends on the because when you are reviewing different approaches on non-invasive data acquisition, first thing is that it depends on the quality of the data which is acquired. And
That's
also,
right.
yeah. So and also, for example, yesterday's tutorial, we were actually doing some sort of classification. So in that aspect, if we see, we need to improve the the representation, the feature level representation, or the machine learning modeling of these patterns which are there in the brain signals, etc. So in that aspect, I think we can increase the performance in these ways. That is what I believe.
Good answer. You have 3 stages: acquisition, feature extraction, and classification.
Yes, yes.
So you can perform the performance increase in each of one of them.
Yes, yes. Like we in the tutorial we did yesterday, because we used the wavelet features instead of wavelet features, more advanced time frequency representation can be used. Then classification, we used some fields can be used. I think we can. The answer is we can to some extent improve this one.
Yes, that's right. One of the last work we review use a wavelet in order to get a scale or a spectrotemporal representation for each channel.
Time frequency representation. Yes.
Sir, I think more specifically we can use the continuous wavelet transform or higher version like that Stockwell transform that we can use it. Then the performance may be improved if we use the Stockwell transform as well.
Yes, that's right. The basic feature extraction stage that we propose in our work with Corretto is really a very basic one, and it is a static representation. Yes. So here you have fewer dimensions, but you lose all the important temporal information there.
Yes.
So I think that a good feature structure stage can really increase the performance, as some of the works we review demonstrate. Okay.
So, sir, another point I am having, sir, if as we know that this data set is very small, it is not a huge data set that we are having, right? So in this case, we extract the feature with the help of some time frequency analysis technique like Stockwell transform. Then we can use these scalograms that we have got from the different time frequency analysis technique to the transfer learning based techniques, then we can easily classify it. So I think it will be the very less costly less computational complexity method to improve the performance of this one.
Okay, you propose to do transfer learning.
Yeah, first of all, sir, what we will do basically, we will just map the signal in the form of the images. Okay, so we are having some features in that image. Then, first of all, we directly pass these images for the deep learning pre-trained networks that will be useful for the transfer learning, and after that we can classify it. And again, if we are able to improve performance at a particular level, then we can think about other things to how we can improve. Like that, suppose we are using the continuous wavelet transform, then we can play with the scale, different scales. Okay. And another thing is that we can study about the how we choose the best wavelet for the particular application as well. Okay, sir. So I think this may be done to improve the performance of this one, I think.
Okay, I think that there's much of the works are propose a feature extraction technique and then apply it and get the results. I think that they have, or we have to make a more broad work of analysis. What happens, trying to see the different representations, trying to extract the meaningful features there, first by visual inspection, and then trying to understand how the proposed feature extraction stage can extract the meaningful information. Because it's something like, well, I try wavelet, I'll try Fourier, I'll try MFCC, but why and how the information is translated for this particular problem? Where is the important information and how this particular transform can show this discriminate information? For example, comparing two words and the different representation for that words at the level of brain signal, of course. Okay.
Sir, what I feel is that today, because in those videos that you are showing, it was faded. Those videos, those sounds you played were actually, it was not like suppose I am speaking, a natural way of that to reach that level. Some more, advancements have to be done. That is what I feel, sir. What is your opinion, sir?
That's right. We are far from get similar results than that natural speech. Okay, but perhaps when we can, in the way, trying to get better performance, surely we can get better communication systems.
Yes.
Perhaps not at the rate of the oral communication, the natural oral communication, but we can improve actual techniques, the techniques that they are in use now in BCI. Perhaps using this idea, we can go through the next level. Here is the next level, and here is perhaps the human communication rate.
Yes.
Right. But we can try to go up in the rate and in the quality of the communication.
Yes.
With these ideas, I think.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you,
sir. From the point of view of the classifier, I think that one type of classifier that I didn't see in any of the works I review are graph convolutional neural networks.
Oh.
Graph-based, convolutive neural networks that use graphs. Because graphs try to represent the correlation, and here you have a very, very high spatial correlation between, for example, the electrodes. So if you try to take into account also this type of correlation between different parts of the head, not only near electrodes, but all the electrodes in the cortex, over the cortex, I think that that information can be useful in order to increase the performance.
Yes.
The architecture are more complex, but perhaps more powerful too.
Yes. Yes.
That's only an idea. Okay, let's go to the next question. Can we, or how we can map EEG to speech using pairing or paired recording databases? Do you understand what paired recording databases mean?
I think that simultaneous recording of speech and this one, right? Like we have some synthesis databases, no? Like in the case of speech, Arctic database, speech and EGG simultaneously record. Like that, yesterday's whatever we used the EGG 6 channels, parallel with that we have speech recording also. Right, sir?
Okay.
Yeah. So that is what I understand by paired recording.
Yes, that's right. So how we can do this type of mapping? From the things we review during the course, how this thing can be done? Specifically, technically speaking, how you can do this?
Sir, I think you showed one paper on Siamese network. Maybe parallelly we have presenting this EEG, one sort of data to one network, and the other we are presenting speech. So we can actually get some correlates with reference to each other, some mapping function. Like that we can actually define a sort of mapping function. Then we can use it for many applications such as speech enhancement. So some sort of, that is what I understand by the question. Okay.
Yes, the methods available now are mostly based on linear models.
Okay.
For example, the ones that use spectrotemporal receptive fields in order to get that mapping, they are mainly multidimensional linear regression methods.
Okay.
So I think that there is a lot of work to do with nonlinear methods here.
Okay.
Perhaps some type of deep autoencoders can be used in order to get this type of mapping from one type of signal to the other.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But also paying attention or taking into account how the process of coding the important information occurs in the real auditory system, okay? For example, do you remember that I show you one paper from my group that use only speech signals in order to get, using dictionaries and spatial presentation, you can estimate spectrotemporal receptive fields. That's in one way, because you took the sound, the speech signals, and go until a representation that is similar to the one on the cortical level, okay? And then you have in the other point of the pathway, I think, you have the brain signals. So you can now try to take these brain signals and go through, estimate the spectrotemporal receptive fields and try to match them from both sides, from the side from the speech and the side of the brain signals. You have to find an intermediate representation. So then you can make a map from a similar type of characteristics, from the spectrotemporal receptive fields estimated from speech and spectrotemporal receptive fields estimated from brain signals. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
I think that that type of techniques, I didn't see any work.
Yes.
I think that there are one potential techniques that can exploit this type of approach. And this is really cognitive speech processing.
Right.
Because you use cognitive speech coding using information from the speech signal to the auditory, and then also you use all we know about how this is coded in the brain also, in order to get an intermediate representation between both spaces, I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, I vaguely remember a work actually, not in cognitive science, in speech synthesis, like articulatory speech. I got a chance some 10 years back. I got a chance to spend some time in CSTR, University of Edinburgh. So there actually they were collecting data, the articulatory data for speech synthesis, improving the quality of the speech synthesis, statistical parametric synthesis, where they were actually getting a mapping function between the positions of the articulators and the speech parameters. So they were actually showing the significant improvements in mean opinion scores. Maybe you're referring to that kind of or a kind of mapping. That is also a kind of mapping.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that it's similar. It's similar, but with the focus putting another type of information.
Yes.
I think that that's a good direction. Trying to put nearer both signals, the
Yes,
brain
okay.
signals and speech signals.
Yes.
We can advance from both points, different points, trying to get an intermediate representation there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You can pay attention to articulation, as you are saying, to auditory or acoustic characteristics,
Yes, sir.
also syntactic, semantic, and all of that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What about classify emotional or consciousness state using passive BCIs? Which is the difference between active and passive BCIs? Do you remember?
Maybe any other participant can answer this.
Yes, you have your open your camera, so it's very easy to me to ask to you directly. So perhaps every other one can give an answer here.
I think Surya sir is there. Sir, Suryakant sir.
Yeah. Yes.
The last question sir has asked.
Yeah. This is classify emotional or consciousness states using passive BCIs. Is there? I think definitely. I don't know, because active BCI we are. It is possible. With passive, whether it is possible or not. What exact meaning of passive going?
I just missed that.
It depends on the role of the user. If the user is doing some voluntary actions in order to control the BCI, then it's active. But if the user don't take into account what happens outside, then it's a passive one, because for example, you can use electrical brain signals in order to know which is the emotional state of the person, and the
Okay.
person can't control this type of phenomena. I can't control if I am happy or I am hungry, more or less, but not completely. So if you can use, for example, a way of communication with the computer that use emotions based on this type of brain signals, then you have a passive BCI, not an active BCI. Because in the other paradigms, the other idea is to control directly with commands that you imagine in your mind. But if you, for example, the BCI can detect your emotion, then you can elicit a particular action in the machine, for example, when you are happy or when you are sad. And that's a way, a passive BCI. Okay?
Sir, I think what you meant by this one is like spontaneous emotions and simulated emotions, right, sir?
Yes, that's right.
Suddenly,
But
yeah.
that's for the side of when you want to record the emotion. So you have to elicit the emotions in order to try to record and then try to train some type of classifiers. But really, the emotions are mostly spontaneous, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You can manage them, but if you, for example, you are doing one task, for example, in some system for assistive learning, you have a course like this, and perhaps one BCI system can monitor if you are not bored. If you are bored, then an alarm appears there, so the professor knows that have to change, make a break, or have to change something, for example. So in this way, you can use signals that are not in total voluntary control of the subject. Okay, that's the idea of a passive BCI.
Sir,
There is
emotion, this recognition community, I think these two, passive and active, that whatever you are mentioning here, I think they are referring to simulated emotion classification and spontaneous emotion classification. The first one, what we assume is that this one particular utterance is there, that is assumed to be from a single emotion category. Whether it is angry, happy, or sad, something like that. But in the case of spontaneous, I think we are referring to passive. There, actually, we cannot map one particular utterance to a single emotion. Instead of that, they will study the valence and arousal. So in that level, they used to analyze the change of emotion, and they used to have some representation, 2D representation of the valence and arousal, and they will classify according to the valence and arousal values. The degree of emotion, hot anger, cold anger, something like that. So they don't specify. I think this question is actually, it has to be more specifically. We have to more details. Maybe we need in order to study the spontaneous emotion. That is what I think.
Yes, that's right. Really, there is not such thing as closed categories.
Yes,
As
sir,
you are saying, it's something like continuous change between one emotion to others.
Yes, sir.
So, but you can use that information about the state also in some way for BCI, for some type of communication with the sound device. Okay, that's the idea. Really, the classic BCI are active in general, but passive BCIs, I think that is like a broad idea because some of the algorithms we are using without calling BCI in this context appear to be passive BCI. Okay.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, we can go on.
Yes, sir.
How we can combine different signals in a multi-paradigm BCI? I think that one of you have a paper that mixed two modalities. I think perhaps motor imagery and inner speech. I don't remember, or imagine speech. How you can mix modalities in order to get multimodal BCIs?
Mixing modality. Actually, when we collect data, EEG data in different channels, that is, we can take it as one modality. Then if you are actually taking the EGG or speech, then it will be multiple, also video. So those things are actually multi-modal. Then we can actually come up with a mapping relationship between the different modalities. I think that is what.
That's right. If we go to the canonical definition of BCI, if you use information derived from muscles, it is not a classical BCI. But I think that as in the case of the passive BCI, these ideas can help to make devices for a better communication with outside the person.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Especially for the case of heart disabilities.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you have many different forms of combined information of all the signals we reviewed during this course.
Yes, sir.
We have many signals associated to the speech production and perception, and if we use more signals, then the device or the algorithm surely will be more robust. Okay.
Yes.
Well, the same for CSP, I think. It's the same idea.
Same idea.
PCI or CSP is the same.
Yes.
Well, how about calibration or training in smaller scenarios? Scenarios where you have really very a small amount of data. For example, think if you have to train the BCI because we talk about inter-subject variance, but really in this type of signals you have a high intra-subject variance. So practical everyday BCI need really to recalibrate every day, for example.
Okay.
You get up in the morning and you want to use the BCI, and the idea there is that you can collect a small quantity of data in order to calibrate the BCI. That's really very small amount of data. So the idea is how to propose new methods in order to better use this small quantity of data, to enhance the calibration of the BCI or the training.
So I think some transfer learning adaptation kind of thing maybe we can employ here. I think so. Because you are mentioning today about that EGG net, the pre-trained network on CNN architecture for which is trained on the available EEG data. I think for vowel classification. So if we have such a pre-trained network and if we can get small amount of data, we can easily adapt. So that is one possibility. This one.
That's right. Fine-tuning, trying to fine-tuning the pre-trained network is a good idea here.
Yes, sir.
And transfer learning, different options for transfer learning. Can we think alternatives to improve this issue? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Well, and how about use collaborating crowdsourcing to collect more data? What do you think? The question is for all, not only for Govin.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That others can also participate in the discussion. I request all. Jagabandhu?
Hello.
Yeah, you can tell others to participate in the discussion.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
please,
discussion is going to be boring.
Please, all the participants, please participate. We are also making a note that who are participating, so that we will issue some grades.
Students can interact.
What do you think about this collaborating crowdsourcing to collect data?
Hello, sir. In this case, data augmentation can work, so that we are multiplying the data, artificial generation of data from the existing data set, because we normally get the minimal data set. So,
but there are different ways to augment. Data augmentation is nothing but how I can artificially increase the data, which is almost similar to the real data, right?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Data augmentation, say one way is to add noise, another way is to maybe some different sampling this one, another way is to do some network models such as GAN, all those things, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, one paper assigned to me, and in this paper, they're proposing a BAR, new data augmentation method, that's the brain area recombination. In this method, they're just taking this left and right brain channels, and after that, they're recombine all this, and in this way, they're generating the artificial data. And according to their research, the normal existing DA system and the BAR system, the way they are comparing. So the BAR proposing it's like 8.3% improvement in training the deep neural networks.
Okay.
Is it?
Thank you. Really, data augmentation is a way to get better results in this context. So I think that there are three ways: data augmentation, transfer learning, or collect more data. Are the three things you can do here. But collect data is really very expensive and very hard. So perhaps some type of collaboration can permit us to share the data. But I think that we have to put some basic protocol that we can all try to replicate in different places. So in that way, we can produce more data. This type of collaboratory approach or projects have been done in other fields. For example, I remember that researchers from different institutes collect data for acceleration signals from cell phones. There are different models of cell phones, that it doesn't matter, but the protocol is the same. So then they have a huge amount of data, and you know that for deep learning approach to work well, you need really more data. So I think that these are the three ways to improve the results from the point of view of data. More data, a collaborative approach perhaps, a data augmentation as you told, Ondrila is how you pronounce it?
Yes, sir.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
And the other are transfer learning methods. But the important thing here is not to apply a transfer learning method that is designed perhaps for another application. The idea here is to, or augmentation algorithms that were solved for another application. The idea here is to try to think in this particular problem and how we can develop a specific method to solve this problem. Okay?
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So the next question are also for transfer learning is the same idea, so we can go on. And the last one I put here is about convolutive and graph models.
Yes.
That really, as you see, the most used alternative of deep neural networks are convoluted ones, but very small quantity of work in graph models. So I think that can be also an interesting direction in order to make or propose new models.
Yes.
Okay. Well, these are only some questions. At this time is open to new questions, new comments you have to do of all this material that we are discussing during these days. So this is open. What do you think? Comments, ideas, suggestions?
Yes.
Proposals?
Sir, I will switch off my camera, sir. Like others can.
Anyone else?
I think use of gamma waves, that little higher frequency for the research, it came out that it is not fully explored. So maybe how to capture those gamma waves using EEG signal and how it can be used for further enhancement. That may be one direction.
Yes, as you mentioned. Yes, okay, it's right. You're right.
Yeah, and in that connection only, whatever electrodes we are using, can those electrodes capture the signal in the higher frequency range? That also can be one research domain.
Yes, very good. Okay. Thank you, Millie. What else? Okay, I think that it's sufficient for today's session.
Yes.
We are all a little tired, I think. Me too. So we can finish this session because then you have to proceed with the examination. It's very short in order to get the grade. Okay. Yagabando,
Yes,
please.
yes. So yeah, we will share the Google quiz form through mails, or even we will share through chat box. So we will give 30 minutes time. So now it is 7:15. By 7:45, you have to mark your answers. It's like objective type. Just have to mark your answers and submit. Okay. So I will request Ayush kindly post the Google quiz link in the chat box and as well as in the mail ID. So this another announcement I just want to tell. So this exam is not mandatory. So whoever wants grade sheet, they have to give the exam. And anyhow, all the participants will receive the participation certificate. Who wants the specific grade sheet, they have to give exam, and that's all.
Okay, Professor Rufinar. Nice to meet you. Have a great day, sir.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to share this course with you.
Okay, thank you.
I hope you enjoyed it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Next time I want to travel to India,
Sure.
and perhaps we can find personally.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Suryakant sir is here.
Yeah.
Samudra Vijay, sir.
Maybe I think. Yes.
Sir, this form, it is asking for some permission.
Ayush, asking some permission. Can you check that?
Sir, what kind of permission exactly? Like I have given the permission. I don't know. You have to access through the email ID. I think.
Please try now. Can you try now?
Yeah, it is giving the message this form can only be viewed by the users in the owner's organization.
Email ID.
Can you try now? Just refresh it.
Now it's okay, sir. It is working. This link is working.
Yeah, now it is working. Thank you.
Fine.
Yeah, now it is accessible.